Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the March 11th Planning and Transportation Commission. Can the secretary please call roll?
Commissioner Alchek, Commissioner Downing, Vice Chair Fine, Commissioner Gardias, Commissioner Michael, Commissioner Rosenblum,
Present.
Chair Tanaka, 6 present.
Okay, before we begin on the agenda, are there any members of the public that wish to speak on an item that's not currently on the agenda? If so, you could pick up a card back there, fill it out, give it to one of the staff members here up front, and you'll have a few minutes to speak to that. Assuming we have no cards, so I'm going to close the oral communications part, and we're going to move to the agenda changes part. So Commissioner Alchek informed me that he's running late and would like to be part of the planning committee discussion. And I believe we actually have the TMA consultants here early. So I propose that we change the order from the TMA being second to the TMA being first. Is there any objections to this? Okay, so we'll start with the TMA first. So before we get into the study session for the TMA, would the director like to give a report?
Thank you. Just like to report out on a few items that are going to be making their way to the City Council. On March 16th, the City Council will discuss the comprehensive plan structure and themes and receive a status report on the summit and the comp plan update process. It would be great if we had a PTC member to be represented and attend at that meeting. On March 23rd, this council will continue their discussion of short and long-term strategies to moderate the pace of office growth, including the idea of an annual cap. That's March 23rd. On April 6th, the council will discuss the issue of retail preservation and give staff direction regarding 1, an urgency ordinance, and 2, a review of existing ground floor retail protections to see whether they should be expanded. We will be recommending that the City Council delegate the latter task to the PTC. On April 13th, the council will hear the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park appeal. On April 20th, we expect the council to receive and consider the PTC's recommendation on PC reform. All commissioners should have received the invitation for the May 30th summit, and we encourage you to attend that meeting and spread the word on that as well. That concludes the director's report.
Great. So let's dive into the study session. Would staff like to kick it off, the TMA update?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Tanaka. Good evening, Commissioners. Jessica Sullivan, Transportation Planning Manager. So tonight we're going to give an update on the activities of the steering committee that's been appointed by the city manager to kickstart the TMA and related activities. I think since we last met with you, we've had 1 community meeting and 2 steering committee meetings of this group. So I think we do have some updates to give you, but we're also still in the very early stages of kind of forming the strategy and goals of the organization. So we are excited to also get your feedback on how that shapes up. So I will turn it over to Wendy Silvani, who's leading the TMA consulting team for us.
Good evening, Commission members. I'm going to get into about the 4th slide, and Joan Chaplick from MIG is going to take you through what we've done to date, and then I'm going to bring you up to speed on where we're going from here.
Okay, so thank you all for hearing our presentation tonight. Just a reminder of what we're focusing on, our general goals as we approach the TMA in terms of improved quality of life, supporting the business, providing a comprehensive, cohesive TMD approach, and working towards that 30% SOV trip reduction goal, and overall increasing transportation options to improve mobility in and around the city. There. As Jessica was saying, since we last met with you at the end of October, you gave us some direction to conduct some additional interviews, and especially connecting with the schools. And we're pleased that the Palo Alto Unified School District has joined the steering committee for the TMA. We got our roster going and everyone invited. We had our first community workshop on January 29th. We had an excellent turnout, almost 40 people very interested in providing feedback that could then be used and shared with the steering committee at their first meeting. And that meeting was held just a few weeks later on February 12th. We had a very productive session, and Wendy's going to give you a little bit more in-depth content regarding what we've covered so far. And the group was very motivated and wanted to maintain momentum, and they asked us to schedule their next meeting within 3 weeks. So we just finished meeting on March 3rd, and now we are at a regular monthly schedule of meeting. Wrong button. Okay. And just to share with you just the big picture, our work plan for the year. And we have 4 tracks going concurrently to deliver everything that is needed for this project. So there are organizational development activities, and those are across the top bar, the steering committee meetings where they do the work of forming the TMA. We also want to make sure that all the work that we do is informed by data. So we have a research partner, EMC Research, that is going to help us conduct some statistically valid studies that will inform and provide baseline data. Then we have a number of pilot programs that we will be working to develop, to test, to see what's going to work, and then an overall communication strategy to keep people informed. So following up on the community workshop, meeting with you here tonight, and getting a project website that's close to being launched, up and going, and then future updates to the council and the commission as needed. So that's our approach for, I guess, going into this year.
Okay. All right, so we got a lot of good feedback both from the community and at our first steering committee meeting, and out of that came some basic organizational development visionary statements and concerns that we want to make sure that we make in an overarching way. Our big picture goals are to make the single occupancy driving rate go down by making single occupancy driving less attractive to people so that they actually prefer to take alternative modes. And that will entail several facets. One is thinking about land use policy, right pricing of parking in terms of that parking as it currently stands is more affordable for someone who buys a permit and parks every day of the year than for someone who is a part-time worker who maybe only needs it for a few hours a day or a couple of days a week. So kind of thinking about those kinds of structures. And because Palo Alto's downtown is such a diverse mix of different kinds of businesses and types of businesses, from high-tech to low-tech, service business, professional, office. We want to make sure that we have something for everybody and we don't have unintended consequences for a small portion that the community really values. So we've had some discussion about that, you know, some trips and some trips need to be prioritized over other types of trips. Engaging public transit and the other service providers. So kind of renewing an interest by the VTA folks in providing more service to Palo Alto, working with Caltrain, and beginning to leverage the cross subsidies and combining resources for things like transit passes and flexible commute benefits that can actually make commuting by an alternative mode practical for someone. And again, we want to make sure that we consider the impact of whatever we might do on both residents and visitors as well, because they're very important constituents. We heard loud and clear time and time again that we need to be data-driven, that we need to be very specific in setting our goals and what we hope to achieve. It has to be measurable, and we want things to be very defensible with good data. So the steering committee selected a first data collection project, which is we will move ahead with kind of a state-of-the-art commute report that will be published in June, kind of at the same time that we have some data coming out of the business registry. And that's going to document the mode split, the knowledge that current employees have of what their commute options are, what their needs are, and it will sample, we're estimating, over 30% of all downtown workers. And from that, we'll be able to develop some travel profiles and trip patterns that will kind of form the basis of targeted marketing and programs for specific constituents. And one of the big values of that is, for once, we'll have cohesive data. The same questions, the same analytics applied to companies across the downtown area. And so because everybody is very concerned, whether they're a big business or a small business, whether they're the school district or a residential rep on the steering committee, everybody wants to make sure that we come up with a plan between now and June that helps to alleviate some of the anticipated impact of the RPP going into effect. So we are going to be identifying a target population for our initial outreach, and that might look something like, and we haven't done that metric yet, but maybe like 300 workers who will be impacted by the RPP. That will reduce the neighborhood parking impacts by employees, and from that we'll be developing pilot programs using what we're learning from the commute mode split, the business registry data, and setting some specific goals about what we want to do to that target audience. And at the same time, we're going to start the longer-term process of, coordinating more with Samtrans, VTA, Caltrain, Lyft, and other providers of transportation services. And the last band of communications, again, short-term focus. We have a website that I believe is almost ready to launch. You should be seeing it, I would say, in about 5 to 10 days, if all goes well. And we're going to be focused on really building awareness and educating people about what the existing commute options are. There's a lot of things out there in Palo Alto, and we suspect that most employees aren't aware of them. So we're going to be really focusing on building their awareness of and the applicability of trying alternative modes for their commute in anticipation of the RPP. And one of the areas that we would like to focus on is trying to increase ridership by employees of the shuttle system, because you have capacity on it and it's a reverse commute. It makes perfect sense from efficiency standpoints, and you're making significant improvements to it. So we want to make sure that we work with those improvements and make sure that the employees who live and work between East Palo Alto and the downtown areas that are served by the shuttle can use it. And so what we'll be doing in the next, as Joan said, we have monthly meetings set up through July at this point. At our very next meeting, we're going to be defining our vision, our mission statement, and the scope of the TMA. We're going to be coming to the committee with a specific approach for the mode split survey and the methodology to be used, and refining some of the short-term programs. And when I say short-term programs to launch, we're talking, April, May, June, July, in concert with the RPP. And that's it. We've done quite a lot in a couple of months, so we're really excited, and we have a great group of people who are equally excited to be working towards these common goals. So thank you.
Okay, so If there are any members of the public who wish to speak on this item or the next item, again, just take a card from the back, fill it out, give it to one of the staff members. I assume we have no cards. So since we have no cards, I'm going to close the public hearing for this item, and I want to bring it to the commission. And so the format that we're going to use is similar to what we used for other sessions, which is we're basically, if you want to have a comment, you have a question for staff, simply pull a lever, and I'll call you as the lights come in. And from staff, I think there's no particular action I'm going to have to take on this. So this is really just to kind of clarify, understand what's going on, maybe make suggestions to how to improve the TMA. And so I'm going to call the first light I saw, which is Commissioner Downing.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming here tonight and for giving us this great presentation, and all the materials which are here were really great. These interviews were super useful, I thought. As one of the more recent commissioners, as someone who hasn't touched the TMA as being a commissioner yet, I do have a couple questions about sort of big level goals, because one of the things that I noticed, at least in the staff report that we have, is, it sets out your goal as, reducing single occupancy vehicle trips in and around the city's commercial centers by 30%. But that's a little bit different from what was in your presentation, which talked about reducing single occupancy vehicles by 30% for workers. So these are two different things, right? I mean, if we're really talking about reducing by 30%, that's not just workers, right? That's everybody who gets around town. So maybe you can talk to what that goal looks like.
Thank you, Commissioner Downing. So one of the things that you're pointing out is the fact that the staff report was actually written before the last meeting that we had, where we actually did sort of try to refine and discuss that goal a little bit more. So because the staff reports obviously have to be done 2 weeks before the meeting, we actually had a meeting after the staff report was written, and we're discussing some of the outcomes in the presentation. Does that clarify?
Well, so what is the goal?
So one of the things that we're working on right now is the refining of that. The 30% goal was a sort of global, challenge or target that was generated by the City Council colleagues memo in October 2013. So one of the main tasks that the steering committee is working on right now is, what does that really mean? What is our real target? How do we break into that overall goal? And one of the pieces that was discussed at the last meeting was a focus on employees.
If I can jump in and add, one of the things that we really want to do, it's very important that we come out with some programs that we can launch fairly quickly, because obviously we have a big goal ahead, and nothing is mutually exclusive. So we haven't gotten, as Jessica said, we haven't gotten to really defining the 30% of what, but we have to start somewhere. And because this is a group of primarily downtown business people, it was felt that we refined, we might be going out to the whole city at some point, but right now we have to start somewhere. So we had to draw a boundary, and there was a decision made in the first meeting that we would focus on the downtown area. And with that focus, for at least these initial short-term efforts, that we would focus on the employee commutes. And see what we learn, because we don't want to launch something before we've learned our lessons and then can scale it out appropriately.
Okay.
So I don't see it as being in conflict. It's just we have to start somewhere, and we decided to wrap our hands around what we can get to now.
Okay. I mean, the reason I ask is, I'm very invested in seeing the success of the TMA, and some of the things that you guys are talking about, like, for instance, shuttles. Shuttles are very local. Shuttles are mostly used by residents, not workers. So to the extent that you're increasing shuttle usage, which means you're getting people out of their cars, you're getting residents out of those cars. But I want to make sure that your goals are aligned such that, you take credit for that, right? You understand what I'm saying? Right, because that's not going to be a drop in workers, but that's still a drop, and that's still something that you want to be proud of. And then I think the other thing that I wanted to talk about, and I'm sure that you guys will get into these conversations, but in terms of that 30% drop, at least when I look at that number and when I think about what that means, I think that that's a 30% drop from where we expect to be in 3 years. And I think that defining that period that you're looking at is going to be really important. Because if you say you're going to do a 30% drop from 2014, right, that's a much bigger ask than doing a 30% drop from what would have been 3 years from now if we had no TMA, right? So I mean, the metric you're measuring yourself against needs to be what would happen if you didn't exist, right? Not what would happen if somehow we froze 2014. So that's the other thing. So I have other comments, but I'll leave that for now until other commissioners have a chance to talk.
Okay, so essentially what we're doing is we're asking questions, making comments, and there's no limit per se in terms of how many rounds. So you don't have to get everything out in one shot. So I think the next slide was from Commissioner Rosenblum.
Thank you. I also want to reiterate, every time you guys come by, I'm so happy. This is such an exciting project, so thank you. A couple things. The big milestone to me, or you have many streams that are important, but one of them is the data collection. And so I don't know if that's available online. Has that already been reviewed by us or someone else? Because I think this first set of data where you're collecting information on mode share is so important, and understanding what the full set of questions are that you're asking and how you're asking them, I think would be good for us to understand. Has that already been set and in motion? Okay.
There it is. So we've been talking with our research partner, and they'll be conducting the study with a focus on reaching the downtown businesses and really getting into those mode share questions, and maybe a couple of questions about preferences. But what they've really emphasized is the response rate will be much higher if it's a short question. So we really want to make sure that it's focused. They're building. We've been referring to some efforts that they did in Seattle. So they have been doing the mode share surveys up there every 2 years. And we're taking many of the lessons learned from that process. And it's also a survey that will be administered with rigor so that we're able to have a representative sampling of different size businesses and also different modes of participation. So there will be a controlled online version, there may be a phone survey, and there may be paper surveys, especially for smaller businesses, but they found that those 3 techniques have worked successfully. And this will be an agenda item at our upcoming meeting on the one that's coming up in April 9th.
Okay. I think that the question itself, I don't know what format this would be in, but I think the PTC would love to have input in some form. So I don't know if this is something that staff can take a look at, but to me, that data set will be pretty critical.
Okay.
The other pieces of feedback I have, some of the language that you use, I'm not sure if it's intentional, but your goal number 1 was making driving less attractive. And while that may be the case by making parking more expensive, for example, or investing in alternative modes, to me, the goal is to make alternative modes more attractive. I mean, certainly the act of pricing parking more towards market will have the impact of making driving also less attractive. So I'm not against that per se, but as a general statement, you know, I think the goal is to make alternatives more attractive. And language like engage public transit, I know that you don't necessarily know what you want to do with public transit, but you have an active statement about making driving less attractive, but the statement around public transit is very passive, just engage. There should be some goals around public transit, around increasing the usefulness, throughput, connection speed. I mean, so that would be the other part that make me feel more comfortable, is if there's active language about what you're trying to do with public transit. And the final piece, and I brought this up, or my final piece of feedback, I brought this up, I think, during the previous couple of meetings. The thing that would be great to engage with is what I'm calling a source of funds and use of funds model. So start to refine where the money for a good TDM program could likely come from, and what the major use of funds would likely be. So where are you going to spend the money? And examples maybe, if we're not ready to start to commit, how this works in other cities. So if in other places they have a functioning program, how much of the funds coming in come from parking fees or development fees or business tax or what have you. And then on the outflow, how much of it goes towards, subsidized public transit, new increased shuttle frequency, et cetera. So just some idea of how those flows work will help me or us conceptualize what the barrier to adoption might be by people who have to pay and what the benefit will be to the community. That's it.
Okay, Commissioner Gardias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you back, and thank you very much for moving this along. It's great to see you coming to us on in such a short interval. So thank you for all your work. I have a couple of comments. When I was reading through the presentation that was provided in the package, it struck me that there is a number of which is much broader than this what you presented. It struck me that there is a number of the different objectives overarching and sounding really well, but I may not have this big experience with TMA, but I thought that my first impression when you came to us first time was that the objective would be related to the employers and to the employees, and then also in this relationship would be connecting the means of transportations that they support. And then we talked back then, a couple of months ago, about shuttles, about transportation that employers provide, because definitely there is a need for somebody like yourself that will just pull these resources together, private employers, our public transportation, our shuttles, VTA, Caltrain, right, and just make sure that this works seamlessly and increases in efficiency, as opposed to everybody's doing everything on its own. So I thought that this would be the primary statement, primary objective of your work. And when I was just going through the slides, I was thinking that it just goes through so many directions. And although you're pulling very nice audience, I thought that because of this fact, you may be eclipsing other programs. And I thought that maybe this should not be the primary objective. So from my perspective, I would recommend that maybe somehow narrow focus down, but be more clear. I think that people have lots of expectations and they will attend lots of your meetings, but then it may just pretty much create confusion, right? Who owns what, right? So that's number one. In the same tone, pretty much the question is whose goal it is, 30%. So I would be interested just to see incremental goal of TMA activity that would not be taking credit for Ms. Sullivan's work or somebody else's work, because we would like to evaluate this program on its own merits. So for this reason, if that 30% also takes into account somebody else's merits or programs, I would rather just remove those and just provide us pure goal that's related to your activity. And then, of course, the goal, of course, is it should be, there's a short-term goal, mid-term goal, so it's like a vision, strategy, and execution, right? They have their own timelines, right? 3 to 5 years, 2 to 3, and then next to 24 months. So, and then last item, but it's also very important, you talk about the website, about the meetings. I think that my recommendation would be maybe to streamline communication, if it's possible, and maybe use the vehicles that city of Palo Alto uses for communication. Less communication would be better in this case, if possible, and because maybe it would have a better effect, and that would be in regards of the same thinking of overarching goals that pretty much, if citizens, they receive 70 emails or several emails daily, right, they have only capacity just to digest one. So maybe less communication would be better here. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for that report. It was helpful. Just 2 or 3 suggestions and 1 question. With regards to the commute survey, I was wondering if you're going to look at issues such as origins and destinations, costs, or travel time as well? Okay, great. That's awesome. And then the other question was, a lot of folks who are transiting to Palo Alto are coming from outside cities, and is there any effort to do outreach in those areas, whether it's East Palo Alto, Redwood City, Sunnyvale, Mountain View, and what are those efforts?
We did a very informal survey of when we were out talking to people, even before we formed the steering committee, and several employers, such as Phil's and Whole Foods, the city, Channing House, probably 6 or 8 gave us a zip code run. So from that, we actually do have a pretty good idea. But again, we've now turned that data over to EMC, who are the research specialists, and that will be layered into the survey that they're going to do. And hopefully we will be identifying some particular markets, again, that we can say, okay, this is a market that there's 200 people living over here. Let's see what we can do to get them to work, or residents who might live down here who work over there, so it could be reciprocal.
Great, thank you. I would also just emphasize, I think it would be helpful for the PTC to see the survey or provide some feedback on that. Thank you.
One more point I wanted to make to Commissioner Fine's comment. We also have met with the City of Mountain View to discuss their TMA. As you probably are aware, it's a very different, had a very different genesis than ours has, but looking for ways where we could potentially collaborate as the organization develops.
So I realized that by switching the order that I might have also caused folks that wanted to attend the TMA to maybe come later than expected. So this one last call, if there's anyone else who wants to speak on this item, please submit a card, and we could reopen the public hearing should there be any comments. Okay, and also I just want to encourage my fellow commissioners, if there's anything else you guys want to talk about, just hit your lights and I'll call you. In the meantime, let me say a few words. So first of all, I think it's really good progress. I think this is looks like it's heading in the right direction. I, in general, like the goals a lot. I think one comment on the goals that you may want to think about is right now you have 30% reduction for the SOV, which is I think just if you just do that, that's amazing, right? I think that's like mission accomplished. And one thing about the other goals is that they're kind of not very tangible. So if you actually want to achieve the goals, it might be good to actually have some sort of metric for that. But the thing is that you actually have like 5 rather big goals, and I would think that if you actually just do that 30% SOV reduction, like a lot of people here would be happy if you just do that. So I think less is more, actually, and I think doing a few things really well is probably going to be more important than trying to do a lot. So I kind of agree with some of my fellow commissioners' comments in terms of scoping it down a bit. Might be a way to make this more manageable and more effective. I think the other thing, and this is more of a question for you guys, which is, okay, because the other goals are not very tangible. It's like neighborhood quality of life. It's not really like a tangible goal. But for like the tangible goal of 30% SOV, I guess the first question is, how are you measuring it? Can staff speak on that?
Yes, Commissioner Tanaka. So that question's come up in quite a number of discussions. We don't have, as far as the direction from City Council goes, we don't have a specific kind of baseline defined as what that 30% is actually supposed to be measuring. So I think the comments that we've heard, certainly from Commissioner Downing and from others in the community, is we want to, part of what we've engaged this team to do is help us understand what the baseline should be for that analysis, and then build from there. So I think we don't know yet, but we're open to suggestions on that.
Okay, because I think the other thing about a goal is it should be measurable somehow, and if it's not measurable or it's hard to measure, it's a tough goal to meet. And I think also, in fact, I think if you do a lot of the things you plan to do in this program, that goal probably will be met in some way. But I think one other issue is attribution, right? Trying to understand, because there's a lot of things you could do, but I think probably you'll find some programs are much more effective than other programs. And without that kind of feedback mechanism to understand like what's really affecting that goal, or even to see how you're doing on that goal, you could spend a lot of time and money on things that perhaps will have less of an impact. So I think to increase the success of this, I think if there could be a really easy way to measure this goal frequently, I think would be a good deal. I mean, really, really good thing to do. And I think if you have that, and as you implement programs, as you could kind of study the effect on the SOV as you implement these different programs, and try to keep fairly good records so that we could be somewhat data-driven, seeing like, okay, this program didn't move the needle, this other program caused this kind of effect, this other program, and then you could also look at kind of like the return on investment, right? Some programs are going to have bigger bang for the buck than others, right? So I know this sounds, I mean, it's easy to say, it's super hard to do, and I totally get that. But I think for this program to be effective, I think it might be good to do that. So I'm going to call on Commissioner Downing.
Sure. So I wanted to give a final set of comments. I've given everyone else a chance as well. So I apologize if these are a little bit too specific. I know that you guys are going through this on your steering committee, but since I see this in the packet, I'm going to comment on this. So just a couple of things. So in terms of your website and what kind of data you're putting out and the communications that you're looking for, I mean, my one little nugget of wisdom here is that when people are looking, for instance, when to move here, how to move here, right, or they're looking at accepting a job here, most people will not know to go look for a Palo Alto City website to describe transportation. So I wouldn't really focus on like putting shuttle maps on that website, because unless you know that website exists, you're not going to find it. I would focus more on contacting, Google Maps and Apple Maps and all these other companies, where you would go to find public transportation information, and try to get our information into those databases if it's not there yet, so it comes up when people are searching for it. In terms of like what we put on that website that's actually really valuable to us, actually everything that you guys do with EMC research, all the data you give them, all the analysis that they do, it'd be awesome to have that on that website, because then it means that anyone on this commission can look at it anytime we need to, and the next time these issues come up, whether it has to do with TMA or it's it's something tangential like the office cap, for example, we all have that information to pull on. We know exactly where it's from, and that's the source of knowledge, right? That's the golden truth.
If I can respond to that, it is our intention to put all of the meeting minutes, the summaries, the data reports onto this website, so that any member of not only the council, the commission, any staff member, any member of the community, the steering committee, it's all there. So as we're learning, we're going to be sharing all that.
Okay, that's awesome, because we'll definitely use that. We try to find that data all the time. And then I think my last piece, my last bit of commentary. So some of the things that like I see on the slides here, the big picture, the integrated stuff. So some of this, new garages, for example, or picking vendors for parking technology. These are all great things. I want all of these things to be in the purview of the TMA. These are all things that really you guys should be involved with in directing. But I think that it's really important to delineate the things that are in your control and the things that are not within your control, because especially to the average resident, like I would have no idea that TMA has nothing to do with funding a garage, right? But you guys have put it here and it makes it look like you have that control, whereas you don't. So I would just be really careful about, saying, this is what we can do with the funds that we have sole control over. Here's the things that we could do if city council helped us and city council pitched money our way. But I think making that delineation is really important, because then, when you're trying to get programs off the ground and people are looking at this, they know who to call, right? And like this, they're going to be calling you for all of those things, and it's not really appropriate. So that's it.
Commissioner Michael.
So I wanted to add my support for your excellent start. It looks like it's very well organized, and I have high hopes for its ultimate success. I had a question about something which may be outside the purview of the TMA, and I apologize for this, but you're focused on reducing single occupancy vehicle trips for people who are employees of businesses, and the businesses will support the TMA. But there are a lot of people who live in the city who aren't, or who travel within the city who are not employees. So one of the questions is it something that you should keep sight of or somehow incorporate trip reductions for non-employees? I don't know if you want to respond to that, because one of the questions I had was that you have a pretty well-defined project, and I think based on the excellent beginning, I'm confident that this will be a huge contribution to the quality of life in the city. And we had a presentation to the PTC some months ago about the existing shuttle system. So the shuttle system differs from TMA, obviously, but somehow there's different groups who might use the one or the other. And I wonder if, as this project goes forward, if you could keep that in mind and keep us informed of possible suggestions or challenges that might improve the shuttle system. Distinct from TMA, but somehow it's all part of the same larger problem. Can you comment on that?
I can comment on that. Shuttles are one of the tools, one of the many modes, tools, whatever you want to call it, in the TDM, toolkit that we're going to use. Right. So as our biking facilities, as our pedestrian facilities. So we will be touching on all of those in our work, because getting people to use any of those alternative modes is a good thing. And it's not exclusive. You have a number of people who live in the city and also work in the city. And we have a number of people who would be delighted to be able to take the shuttle from their neighborhood into the downtown to meet their friends for coffee or an event or whatever. And to the extent that we really don't want to focus on whether somebody's an employee or a resident or a visitor, because what's important is that we're offering them choices that make taking those choices preferable to driving. So yes, I don't see it as being in conflict, and we will be touching on all of those.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we had some really good comments and good work from the staff. Are there any other comments, questions, thoughts before we close this? Okay, so we're going to close this session then, and we're going to take a. We'll come back at 6:45. 6:55. I read the clock wrong. into order. Also, want to recognize that Commissioner Alchek has joined us. And so we're about to begin on the first item, which is now the second item, the Planned Community PC zoning reform and preliminary screening requirements. Does staff want to help kick it off by giving a summary of the topics we talked about last time? And then we'll go into discussion first on the impasse items, then the enforcement items, and then the items that staff does not support. Oh yeah, we also have one speaker. So we'll do that after staff kicks it off.
Thank you, Chair Tanaka. Consuelo Hernandez, Senior Planner. As you mentioned tonight, it's a continued public hearing for the Planned Community Zoning District and preliminary screening requirements. And we want to thank the Planning Commission again for all your comments that we got last time. I think it really is helping us push this project forward, and we hope that we captured everything in the staff report accurately. We don't have a formal presentation, but I'd like to walk you through the staff report and our approach in this. And really what we tried to do is capture the comments that you made. And you essentially had about 14 items or issues that you discussed. We cataloged them in the background section as 10 items, with the public benefits having 4 different dimensions. And then in the discussion section, we've broken those down into 3 topics. The impasse items, the items for further discussion, and items that the PTC agreed to, but at the time staff can't support them. And what I'll do is I'll walk you through them, and also mention that there were 2 items that you all agreed with. Additional information wasn't needed, and it's not captured in the staff report. And those are the economic development, and then changes to making sure that we are keeping a consistent terminology, and the removal of extraneous items. We didn't feel there was a need for additional discussion since you agreed to that, and those changes will be captured in the final resolution or ordinance that's taken to council. So for public benefits, you identified 4 different elements or dimensions that are of concern: whether the benefit is intrinsic or extrinsic, whether a monetary contribution ought to constitute as a public benefit, whether there should be a nexus between the neighborhood and the location of the benefit, and this idea of a menu of public benefits. You agreed to 2 of them, that there should be a nexus between the neighborhood and the location. And if you turn to page 4 of your packet, the nature of the public benefit and the monetary contribution were 2 of the items that the only 2 items that the PTC had impasse. And what we've done is right below that summarized, or actually giving you the language for the definition of public benefit. You recommended that we replace a word community with Palo Alto. We've made that change. And then you also recommended adding maybe some stronger language for preferences of special or specific public benefits, and that will make it onto the final resolution or ordinance that's taken to council. So those were the only 2 impasse items that perhaps you can start your discussion there. And then there were a few items for further discussion. Enforcement, we agreed with you that more detail was needed. We described the conversation, and then right below that, we've added the language that we're proposing based on the comments that you provided, which was to provide more information. For zoning incongruity, what we did is summarized what we found. We went back and we looked at the zoning ordinance, and we looked at the special requirements in the PC ordinance as it exists now, and the same exact language is captured. So we don't feel that there is a zoning incongruity, and we want to hear from you if you agree with staff's analysis. And if it's so, then there's no language that's needed to be added in the ordinance. The next item was this idea of limiting the degree of variation from the underlying zoning. And we were specifically discussing from a density perspective, and what we've done is presented you a table with the different land uses and what the comprehensive plan calls for and what the zoning ordinance calls for. And if you note, there's some areas where there is a natural cap that is allowed from the difference between the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan. And that's why staff feels that there's no need to identify or placing a limit on the cap of the variation, and that the comprehensive ordinance plays that role. I think last time the PTC felt that there should be no limit, and the comprehensive plan should not serve as a cap or a limit on the variation. If you feel that, then we would need to add a provision or make that recommendation to council. but we wanted to give you the information so that you can see where staff was going with that comment. And then the items that the PTC recommended but are not supported by staff are in the following section. And the first was the elimination of the 50-foot maximum building height limit, compliance with the comprehensive plan objectives, and 3, a provision that prevents residential density bonus projects from being eligible for rezoning to a PC. And in that section, we describe why we feel that these should not be changed. And at the bottom, we provide examples or sample language if you do decide that you want to eliminate the 50-foot maximum height limit, for instance, what sections would need to be deleted. And staff is here to answer any questions. And again, the impasse items are the 2 that are related to public benefits, intrinsic versus extrinsic, and whether a monetary contribution should be considered as a public benefit. Our recommendation is that the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council consider the amendments to the planned community district and the pre-screening chapters of the zoning ordinance described in the draft ordinance and this report that you have before you. Thank you.
Okay, so let's do the public hearing for this. So can the Vice Chair read off the first name? This person will have up to 5 minutes if needed.
We have one speaker, Cheryl Lilienstein.
Good evening. Is this on? Yes. Okay. I feel like this is an improvement over the present ordinance, but it still needs some work. And I took a bunch of notes, but it was on my computer, and it's hard to do, as you know. I don't have a hard copy. But the problems that I see that are still present is that the ordinance establishes a process for discussing whether a public benefit is actually a public benefit. But I still think it's fair to call this program zoning for sale. There's no process for actually delineating the value to the community of a so-called public benefit, or what a developer is entitled to trade for what. So I actually would like to see that delineated more clearly. In section 18.38.160, which is about enforcement and monitoring, it says a public benefits agreement containing all requirements of the ordinance shall be executed between the city and the applicant following approval of a new PC district and shall be recorded as a covenant on the affected property. I believe this means that an agreement to enforce public benefits will be negotiated after the approval of a new PC district, which leaves the city at a distinct negotiating disadvantage. Both parties should accept the enforcement agreements before approval, not after. It should be a condition of approval. The same section also states that council may elect to waive enforcement costs for nonprofit developers. This is unacceptable. If nonprofits are likely to fall short on their commitments to the community, they should not be allowed to have zoning exceptions. Beyond this, whether or not enforcement is pursued will be dependent on complaints and require the ongoing attention of an enforcement body. Is this what we want the city attorney engaged in? Why not zone for what we want, charge development fees adequate to mitigate the traffic and congestion problems, and eliminate the problems of enforcement? The ordinance also uses words that are not well defined. For instance, the word residential. In section 18.38.150, it says in B, all other uses, the maximum height within 150 feet of any RE, R1, R2, RM, or applicable PC district shall be 35 feet, provided, however, that for a use where the gross floor area, excluding any area used exclusively for parking purposes, is at least 60% residential, the maximum height within 150 feet of an RM4 or RM5 district shall be 50 feet. So there are 2 issues here. One is that, to my knowledge, we don't have a 50 unit per acre zone, so the RM5 district shouldn't even be in the sentence, or correct me if I'm wrong about that. But more, that an applicant might think that they're entitled to a height exception, even if the entire 60% of the non-parked space is just one apartment. That doesn't seem to align with the intention of PC zoning. So here's a preposterous example that could arise if this isn't clarified. A developer is offering a gated public swimming pool to be open to the public from the hours of 10 to 3, and will use their own staff to man the pool. In return, they might want to build a gigantic penthouse that comprises 60% of the non-parked space. It sounds as if Section 18.38.150 would allow them to apply for height exceptions in that case, if they're in a good location for a pool. Was this the anticipation for PC zoning? Probably not. So it might be a lot simpler to decide as a city what we want and zone for that, period. Thank you.
Okay. So I see no other cards, so we're going to close the public hearing. And let me kind of go over the basic format for this meeting. So I think we'll do a similar format as last time. So what I'd like to do is first start off by having kind of a short round where if there's any other topics besides the topics we talked about already that we should go through as well, just hit your lights and I'll add it to the list. It could be errors in the report, it could be new ones, it could be basically anything but the things that we talked about before. Okay, and then after that, so after we get kind of a list of issues that we should discuss, the second thing we're going to do is we're going to discuss the impasse items. And then we'll go over the enforcement items, and then over the items that staff does not support, and then we go over these other miscellaneous items that are new for this meeting. And the hope is that we can get a resolution to all the issues, and I think because we have an odd number of members tonight, we will not be at an impasse for actually any of the items. And so I want to first start by asking if anyone has issues or topics that we want to discuss that are not currently in this report. Vice Chair Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question to staff on that comment we just received. Is the covenant discussed after the approval of the PC district? I mean, that's how it's worded, actually. And does that mean that the agreement can change from the original discussions?
So you're referring to the enforcement piece?
Yeah, okay. 18.38160.
Great, thank you for the opportunity to clarify that. So that section is speaking about executing an agreement between the city and applicant following the approval, but the idea is that during the deliberations and the conversation about the PC reform, that there's an actual agreement that is being approved and adopted as part of that approval. It is part of the approval process. It doesn't get changed after the approval. It just gets executed after the approval, and I'll look to the city. So that's the idea. So it would not change. It's part of the conversation.
Okay.
Do we have any other commission?
Yes, I would just add that is a very good point. Always in the development process, you do look at leverage issues, and so it would be in the city's interest to have those negotiations take place, as Ms. Lillian Steeden said, before the council approves the PC. But then the agreement legally cannot be recorded until it's executed and the PC is approved.
And if I can just take that opportunity to respond to another comment that was made regarding 1838.150 Section B, dealing with references to the RM4 and RM5. And so those are part of some of the extraneous fixes that we will be making in the cleanup as it goes forward to the council. Those are not zones that we presently have in our district.
Commissioner Michael.
So I had a question that relates to section 18.79.030, which is applicability and initiation. And I didn't go back and check, but under the current process, a PC is initiated by the Planning Commission. So this would be a change such that initiation is likely going to be done via preliminary screening by the council. And one of the questions I have is, I think that, over the years, PC zoning has been is used fairly sparingly. It's been around for about 50 years. We've had PC districts about 100 times. I don't have the data in front of me. A few of these have been controversial or highly criticized by the community, but a large number of them were successful. So it's a tool that it provides flexibility and can be quite useful, particularly when it takes a lot of time and effort to update the zoning code and the comprehensive plan, which actually I really want to acknowledge the public speaker who talked about the desirability of just zoning for what you want. If it was possible to make that a priority, I would think that would be an excellent initiative. But when the change is made such that initiation will be done by council via preliminary screening, my question is, what information will they have? So for example, if a developer or an applicant comes in and says, I have a hunch that the city really, really needs a public safety building, and I happen to have a piece of land and some capital, and I'll pay for the building and I'll give you the land if I get a PC, that allows me to have a very large building. Or say a developer comes and says, I think the city wants a theater. I will get you a new theater if I can build something which is 110 feet tall or, is located in such a place. Now, when this preliminary screening goes on, is the council going to have any data? Are they going to have economic analysis? What criteria is contemplated for that discussion? And my bias coming up in the legal system is that if you have, let's say, and it's different, but if you have a Supreme Court, the Supreme Court doesn't conduct a preliminary review of a significant case. They wait until the district court does its thing and the Court of Appeal does its thing, and there's a whole record. And then when it's ready, then it goes to the final decision maker. And I think I'm suspicious that the preliminary screening process, particularly with fairly loose policies about ex parte communications with applicants, is going to engender as much public concern or suspicion as the old process, and I don't think it's an improvement. So I'd like it to be clarified. It may well be the right way to go because council is elected and it's good for them to get their fingerprints on these projects as early as possible. But what data will they have? What methodology will they follow when they do this preliminary screening?
So thank you, Commissioner Michael, for those questions. There's a number of items there, actually, that you touch on, and the way that we've set it up is that the director would be developing what an application for pre-screening would be, preliminary screening, and I don't know that. At least initially, that there would be in the pre-screening process a fully vetted plan, or maybe not even an economic analysis at that point, as the idea is being floated and for feedback and awareness of issues of conflict or things that are supported. It certainly needs to be of sufficient data that there can be informed dialogue about what's being contemplated. And so what staff will be working on, and we welcome the Commission's feedback on this, and when we go to council, we'll seek guidance as well. But what we're interested in is developing a set of rules or a set of application checklist requirements that would take place for this preliminary screening. the court analogy, the Supreme Court concept, no decisions are made at the preliminary screening process. This is just an initial vetting of ideas. Is there interest in pursuing and gathering more information and exploring the possibility of this project that has these articulated benefits versus these requested development standards? And should there be a interest in further exploration, the formal application would be filed, and then we would start building that court record of the data and the analysis. And when it gets to council, the council would have, all of the data to decide up or down on a project, or if there's changes that need to be made. So it is an iterative process. And another distinction that was made is, from the current process is that it's voluntary right now. And the purpose of the proposed change is to make it mandatory for a discrete list of projects. So, and I believe with respect to the disclosure, the ex parte communications, I believe the council does have policies in place for ex parte communications, and that would necessarily be part of that dialogue and that expression. I mean, they have rules for how they manage that. So, I appreciate the challenge of wanting to know as much about a project as possible to see if there's enough interest and guidance in it. But at some point, it's a concept plan to vet out interest or to gauge interest. And if there's no interest, then presumably a developer would pursue another course.
Okay,
Well,
hold on.
if I can just follow up.
Actually, hold on. So what I would like to do, because what I'd like to do is actually stop the discussion right there. And I added it to my list, so preliminary screening for Commissioner Michael. What I'd like to do first is accumulate a list of topics that we're going to deliberate. So this would be one of them. So we're going to get back to it. But what I want to do is I want to have a discussion where we're kind of all on the same thread at a time. So what I'm looking for at this point in time is really just a list of topics from commissioners that we want to talk about. So I have from Commissioner Michael the preliminary screening, and we'll talk about that topic. But does commissioners have other topics that is not not something we already talked about that we want to add? So I have the one from Commissioner Michael. Flick your lights if you have something else. Okay, one topic I'm going to add is something I heard from the public speaker, which is, should the city approve the public benefit, or when should the city approve the public benefit? So that's the other topic I'm going to add to the list of topics that we'll talk about tonight. And we could add to this list. So if there's other topics that we should discuss or deliberate, we'll do that. Okay, so seeing no other lights, what we're going to do now is we're going to talk about the impasse items. So, so this is on page 2. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going through each one of these items one by one. So we're going to deliberate the public benefit issues we talked about, and then we talk about the enforcement issues. So let's first focus on the public benefit issues that we discussed. And yeah, so on page 2 of your packet. So basically, the way we did it last time was the commissioner, I forgot which commissioner it was at this point, made a proposal as to how the commission should go on this item. So does anyone remember who was? Oh, you have it here? Okay. So maybe we'll start off that list then. I think it was you, yeah.
Yeah, so Chair, as I recall, and Commissioner Fine may correct me when you find his notes there, I think there were two key points that we were talking about. One had to do with a point raised by Commissioner Downing having to do with this idea of intrinsic versus extrinsic public benefits. And so I think we would benefit from a conversation on that topic. And then the second point that I believe there was impasse on had to do with the idea of money as a public benefit, and whether or not that was, whether it should be considered a public benefit, or if that was in addition to any public benefit that was equivalent to the development.
Okay, thank you, staff. So here's what we're going to do then. I think that's right. I think Downing is the one who proposed intrinsic, and who proposed the money one? I think it was Commissioner Alchek, right? Okay. So Alchek was the one who proposed that one, and Downing was the one who proposed intrinsic. So Commissioner Downing, would you like to kick off? So the basic premise is this: Commissioner Downing is going to make a statement, a proposal, and if you agree with it, you don't have to say anything. Okay, that means you agree. But if you don't agree with it, flick your lights, and you can speak against it. And everyone that disagrees with it should flick the lights. And this is how we'll decide whether this moves forward or not. Okay, Commissioner Downing.
Okay, so just, this is going to be a brief summary of what we talked about last time, but it's important because we didn't come to a conclusion. So sorry to bore you, I know you've already heard it, but here we go. Okay, so my proposal in terms of the definition of public benefit is that, in my opinion, the project itself should be an intrinsic benefit to the community, or at least a substantial portion of it. And when I talk about what it means to be intrinsic, it means to be something that we find to be a community benefit. And obviously that's debatable, but at least from my perspective, you know, that is something like affordable housing, space for nonprofits, right? Space for after-school activities for kids, jobs employment centers, right? Any number of things, but something in that sort of category. That would be the sort of building that would have a public benefit. Maybe you could even pull like a theater space into that, or an art space. Maybe that could possibly be a part of that as well. But the idea is that the building itself, the land itself, provides some sort of benefit, and I think that's a necessary part of PC zoning, and I think it needs to be, because if the public benefit is not an intrinsic part of the building, if it's something you're providing on the side, right? Like you're trading it for street improvements, or you're trading it for money you're going to donate into a fund or something like that. My concern was that it discourages us from zoning for the things that we want to zone for. It encourages the city to underzone in order to negotiate for benefits and money. And that, in my opinion, is a bad way to go, because it adds costs to everything that we build in this city, and it drives up prices and makes things more unaffordable, which kind of goes exactly against the point of what the PC is supposed to be about, which is supposed to be about affordable housing for the most part. So you don't want to create a system that encourages people to negotiate and have prolonged negotiations with the city and ad hoc negotiations all the time. So that's my statement on that. That's why I think it needs to be an intrinsic benefit.
Okay, the first slide I saw is Commissioner Alchek.
Okay, so the idea that I'd like to suggest here is that a process through which applicants could be eligible for exceeding certain zoning limits would be possible in lieu or in exchange for payments that went towards an identified public benefit that may not be related to the actual development that the project applicant is applying for, right? That's the flip side of this coin. So allow me to sort of make the case for this in a little bit of an elaborate way, which is to say that, you know, we've heard tonight about this concept that we should zone for what we want. And I'd like anybody that feels like we haven't done that to consider the following. Our zoning code is intensely specific about what is permitted. And nearly every component of development in our city is, you know, specified in our zoning code. And the flexibility that's provided by this PC process is not a loophole. It's not, don't think of it as a loophole. Think of it as an extension of the concept of the zone for what you want. And how is it an extension? We're putting together a framework to encourage people to think outside of the box. And that is something we want. That thought, that thinking. And so let me rephrase that sort of to emphasize the importance there. We welcome out-of-the-box thinking in our progressive Northern California neighborhood of Palo Alto. We're not just the epicenter of disruption in technology. We want to welcome maybe disruptive concepts in land use. And one of the reasons why I don't think we need to take this issue and eliminate this possibility is because this process should essentially welcome a wide range of possibilities. And at the end of the day, our city council, which is tasked with making the decision whether the offering is acceptable or not, and I'm sure with tremendous input from the community, despite the low showing tonight, they get to weigh that decision. So if we say, no, that's not a type of idea we want to hear, then we'll never hear that idea. But the city council can always say no. That's not enough. That's not enough of a public benefit to justify the added X that this development will cost. And so what I'm suggesting isn't that I think this framework should allow people to just buy things. You know, I'm throwing in a certain X% into this parking lot fund. It's not what I'm suggesting because, again, they still will have to achieve that hurdle of convincing the community through the city council that the contribution they're making justifies the exceptions they're getting from the zoning code. And so my response is really more philosophical. We want to welcome an opportunity for people to think outside the box. We know what we want, and we've zoned for it. But we're also smart enough to know that we don't know everything we want. There's a world out there of things that we haven't yet realized we might want. And we should let somebody make a case for it. We should let someone come to the table and say, you guys are going to want this. And if we go, no, we don't want it, then they pack up. I mean, at the end of the day, the city council is initiating, under this current draft, they're initiating the PC. So from the beginning, they have that opportunity. No, it's not going to cut it. Maybe this city council doesn't care about infrastructure, fine. Maybe the next one will say, God, you know what? We're in dire straits and we really need this, and this is a good opportunity for us. So all I'm suggesting isn't that we encourage for sale zoning. What I'm suggesting is we encourage an approach which allows people to make the case for something we may not realize we will want in the future. And so I don't think after we're finished changing this, we're going to see like 100 PC applications. This is not the mode of development in Palo Alto, right? We've done the numbers. We know it's like however many projects in the last 10 years. We know that they're small in number, the number of PCs. So again, what I'm suggesting is let's approach this in a way where we don't limit the flexibility that an applicant has at their disposal to make a case to convince us. We can still have the opportunity to always say no to something, or the city council and the city itself can say no to something that they don't want. But I'm lobbying for us to at least give them the avenue to make a case that contributions to, let's say, infrastructure funds or infrastructure developments that are unrelated to the development itself are welcome. Sorry for the long-winded response.
Commissioner Michael, so what we're doing here is Commissioner Downing made a proposal, which is a project should be intrinsic. And why don't you speak about that?
So both Commissioner Downing and Commissioner Alchek advanced very thoughtful proposals, and I want to give that adequate deference. I think that I'm inclined to agree with Commissioner Alchek, although with a different logic, but I think he's on the right track. I think that if we can take a step back and look at the forest and not get caught up in the trees, the importance of flexibility that, that a PC zone district would allow is where you have something that would be consistent with a comprehensive plan, but not allowed under existing zoning, and it might confer public benefit. So that's relatively straightforward. And what I've seen in the data set of the projects that have been approved, in the past, is that typically the developer would like something maybe a little bit bigger, a little bit more valuable than would be permitted under the existing zoning. So it often goes to floor area ratio, maybe height, maybe setbacks, maybe the adequacy of parking, but it doesn't so much go into the aesthetics. And I think that Commissioner Downing was pretty passionate about the importance of the subjective aesthetic value that this might confer upon the community, and this would be inherent in the intrinsic value of the PC zoning, and that should be the primary motivation for using this tool. But I think actually, I would go back to Cheryl Lilienthal's exhortation that the city have an updated zoning code, have an updated comprehensive plan, so the things that we'd like to have built are allowed into the zoning code and people can just build them. That you don't have to seek an exception. And I think that when an exception is required, where, for example, the zoning code hasn't been updated in a long number of years, comprehensive plan hasn't been updated in a long number of years, then and time marches on, and maybe the economic progress of the city is such that you have to consider things on an exception basis. What you're really looking at is an applicant can realize more value from something that is not in strict conformity with the existing zoning. And I think that to the extent that either the nature of the project, let's say it's affordable housing, or it's something that's beautiful, or the contribution to a city need, such as parking fund or what have you, is reasonably commensurate with the enhanced value that the applicant would get, then that would be something that would merit the flexibility of a PC zone when unfortunately it would be needed because the zoning code hadn't been updated recently and the comprehensive plan was likewise in need of an update. And I think that this reasonable assessment of the value conferred and the value received is sort of the essence to me of how to make this a rational process. So I would support Commissioner Alczyk's position, which I think is in line with my own slightly different logic.
Commissioner Gardias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to just add one more perspective to this. I also supported extrinsic perspective, and there was a simple reason which I thought was a conflict of interest. So if there is a developer that offers something to the community, but that benefit is tied to this property development, it truly, and is offered to the city, it truly may increase the value of the development and provide return to the developer as truly the return to the community. So to establish a control point or check mark, I was supporting extrinsic value for this reason, that pretty much developer is not inclined to propose something that's going to benefit himself or herself. So just wanted to offer this perspective. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also going to support extrinsic benefits for a few reasons. One, to kind of challenge what Commissioner Downing mentioned about rezoning for sale. I think rezoning is a rare enough practice on the whole scale across the entire city, and I don't believe the city actually has the foresight or ambition to rezone in order to draw developers to the table for money. I just don't see that as being so practical. I think furthermore, council is going to weigh the intrinsic and extrinsic benefits of each project. So, excuse me, if they decide that they would like, more of an intrinsic benefit for a specific project, they can discuss that and put that into the agreement. The extrinsic benefits may be great for this project, whether it's infrastructure, a public safety building, parking, transportation, issues like that. And then I'm just thinking while we're all talking about this, actually, we don't really have a specific definition of what is intrinsic. Is it literally on site? That actually could be an issue if we go that route. So just in conclusion, I think the extrinsic benefit is valued and justified by the development as a whole and by council approval. It's going to be weighed and evaluated in that regard.
Okay, so I see no other lights here. So I'm going to weigh in on my opinion, which is that I also support Commissioner Alczyk's approach, which is I think extrinsic is better, mainly because it's hard to predict what an exception might be. But I also believe that extrinsic also allows greater good, because when it's tied to a certain property, there's only so much that can be done, but greater good is possible if it's kind of like white watering versus, white watering is not as efficient as modern forms of monetary trade. So for that reason, I also support extrinsic. So if I do a quick tally here, so Commissioner Alczyk, Commissioner Michael, Commissioner Gardias, and myself, and Vice Chair have all spoken in favor of extrinsic. That means that, actually, Commissioner Gardias, do you have another word?
Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I would like to add a comment to it, that extrinsic, just responding to what Vice Chair Fine said, extrinsic, the way at least I think about this, is to the economic interest of the development. It's not related to the physical presence. So the reason why I'm saying this, because I think that the grand prize is the affordable housing that we're eyeing with this, and of course some other benefits. So affordable housing may be on this physical property, and then of course we would not like to exclude it, right? So I think that's for understanding and for the record what extrinsic would mean. Thank you.
Commissioner Downing.
Well, I actually find myself quite swayed by Commissioner Alczyk's statements tonight. So I'll be in that camp. I mean, I still think that, some of the thoughts that I pitched have a lot of validity to them. And I think those are things that we should be concerned about, just in terms of how much cost we're actually adding to this process if more people are inspired to do PCs. But I like the out-of-the-box thoughts, and I think that is the correct attitude for a community like ours to have.
Okay, so I think the majority of the commission thinks that extrinsic. Okay, so let's go to the next item, which is monetary contribution. I think Commissioner Alczyk, you were the one who proposed it last time, and staff has on page 5 outlined the text of what that would look like. Do you want to just frame the conversation, and we'll do the same format, which is everyone that agrees with Commissioner Alczyk, it means we agree? No, I'm talking about starting on page 4, monetary contribution. It goes on from page 4 to page 5 at the bottom. This was the other impasse item.
I guess I would argue that those are sort of the same. I mean, what we're sort of suggesting, let me be clear. I wasn't suggesting when I made the case last time for a monetary contribution that it could just be for sale zoning. The idea was that there would be a benefit. Let me put it this way.
Commissioner Alczyk, how about this? Staff has graciously put together a paragraph based on this. So we had the current, right? And then we had the proposed, which staff derived from our comments last time. Maybe.
I think this is exactly right.
Okay.
If you want me to sort of throw out a little synopsis of why I support this paragraph, I can do that.
Yeah, why don't you do that? And then everyone that doesn't support it should pull the lights, and everyone that supports what you say doesn't have to. Go ahead.
So let me begin. I'm going to explain why I support this, and I'm going to also explain what I think it says. And if there's a disagreement about what we think it says, that may help identify sort of secondary issues, and maybe we'll still be able to be unanimous on this. So the key is the second sentence where it says public benefits shall include affordable housing, significant monetary or in-kind contributions towards meeting goals of the city's adopted infrastructure plan or human services needs assessment with a nexus to the proposed project or other similar amenities or improvements identified by the city council. So while this is different than extrinsic versus intrinsic discussion, I would argue that you couldn't do this unless you accepted the notion of extrinsic benefits, right? So we've accepted extrinsic benefits, now we're trying to define extrinsic benefits. This is, again, I believe, an opportunity where the use of overly specific language is actually a limiting factor. I guess one of my questions for anybody who's flashing their light would be, is there something we're concerned about with this language that might happen? And then the follow-up to that would be, are you concerned that the city council wouldn't be able to still make a decision to avoid that situation? And do we need to make that decision for them now? So from my perspective, I would like to have a process that allowed applicants to both contribute to goals that we've identified ourselves, as well as goals that they propose that are not intrinsic to the property, that we may not have publicly identified through some laborious process, I assume. And I think that to some extent, this is where it sort of feels more like zoning for sale, because we have this like list of things behind us on the wall that has a price tag on it. That's not really how I envision, that's not how I read contributions toward meeting goals of the city's adopted infrastructure plan. I sort of envision the city collaborating to develop a tangible list of needs, but not necessarily a specific menu of items. And there's a difference. Like the city can say, we really could use an enhancement to X infrastructure, versus the city could say, we would like $3 million for the development of this building at the corner of A Street and First, right? So I just to be clear, in case anybody's worried about that and knows how to reword it in that way, that's where I stand.
Okay, so anyone that disagrees with what Commissioner Alchek says should pull the lights. Let's have Commissioner Rosenbaum.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with Commissioner Alchek that this is very much related to the previous item, but this is precisely why I held out on the previous item, which is, I think this is the definition of zoning for sale. So now we're talking about just monetary reward for a zoning exception, and that we would accept a cash payment. I can't think of anything that is more specific. This is selling an exception. And furthermore, the argument that was made, which I was quite swayed by, that Commissioner Alchek made, which is, we don't know what people come up with in the future. We should be innovative, think out of the box. And we shouldn't tie council's hands ahead of time because we're the center of innovation. I think that's a very compelling argument. This isn't out of the box. This is a cash payment in exchange for a zoning exception. And so this item, handing over cash in exchange for an exception is not out of the box. It's an old practice. And we know what this is. There may be other things, and I admit that that's intriguing, but this is one that makes me uncomfortable. Finally, the notion that, well, ultimately it's up to council, and this is where the speaker before us I have some disagreement with, which is around the PC zoning process I accept ultimately has to go through council. So it's not as if anything that seems conceivable under the code is necessarily going to happen under the code. So examples of massive penthouse apartments with locked up swimming pools, like sure, you can envision all kinds of things, but it ultimately has to go through elected representatives. And so I'm not necessarily worried about that, But that same catch-all does eliminate anything in the code. You could say, well, ultimately it has to go through council, so why should we have any strictures around things? I think there should be a stricture that we say we don't sell zoning, and that if you're going to, at the same time, there are things that you can't anticipate by the code. And so the JCC is my canonical example. It's a fantastic, useful, it's a very useful project, and very few people speak against it. It's hard to envision the kind of zoning that encompasses a theater, education center, senior housing, lower income housing, all kinds of things in that one facility. It's hard to categorize that. So what I will say is the notion of money for zoning makes me very uncomfortable, and I don't see that as out of the box.
Can I just follow up? Do you have a suggestion for how we could change it that maybe we could all get behind? Like, we just had a conversation about extrinsic benefits, so how can we keep that and still maybe eliminate the problem that you're having?
So this one's hard for me because I also think it should be an intrinsic benefit, but let me separate that and accept the wisdom of my colleagues. I don't see a way that you can accept cash in exchange for an exception. And, you know, again, the language that may be the way through this is that, you know, cannot be the majority. And I'm not a lawyer, I'm not going to start drafting language. It's hard for me to envision a scenario that I would be comfortable with anything that allows a developer to pay a sum of money, and we then, because of that sum of money, will approve a project. And if they did not give us that sum of money, we would have disallowed the project. I can't see a way of getting comfortable with that, and maybe I'm just not being creative enough, but.
Okay, Commissioner Michael.
So ordinarily, I agree with almost everything that Commissioner Rosenblum said, but I'm actually somewhat more comfortable sort of quantifying the costs and the benefits, and I'm not as inclined to see corruption where it may simply be a trade-off of equivalent value. But you may be right. You often are. What I would do to capture the sense of the discussion I think you were having is on this page 5, the relevant text of the proposed definition. I would modify the second sentence in a couple of ways. I don't think it's good to be too overly prescriptive because it's hard to get it right. So I would begin the sentence with, say, examples of, and then continue, public benefits shall include or may include affordable housing. I would replace the word significant with the word reasonable. And the notion here is not that you're going to sell zoning, but if you're going to give something, you should get something. It should be commensurate, it should be equivalent, it should be reasonable. And what the council should do is apply their judgment to determine what's reasonable, and the public, I'm sure, will weigh in. Continue, you need cities, apostrophe S, and then adopted infrastructure plan. I don't think there is an adopted infrastructure plan. I was on the IBRIC. I haven't seen an adopted infrastructure plan. I'm not expecting one. I would replace adopted infrastructure with comprehensive plan. Then I would be comfortable with those changes. So this sentence would, examples of public benefits may include affordable housing, reasonable monetary or in-kind contributions toward meeting goals of the city's comprehensive plan, comma, or human services needs assessment with a nexus to the proposed project. And then that to me makes it more palatable.
Commissioner Downing.
Okay, so first comment is kind of like a lawyerly comment, which is that if we accept the idea of extrinsic benefits, then this little phrase here with a nexus to the proposed project that needs to go, that needs to get cut out. So that's just kind of from a drafting standpoint. And I think because I've straddled this very odd divide, I think it's on me to figure out how to bridge it, because I guess when I was thinking about extrinsic benefits and I was thinking of what I would be okay with, but at the same time without getting us into the paid for zoning, I'm just gonna free flow and you guys can correct me, but I guess what I'm thinking is more like someone decides that they're gonna open up part of their parking lot to the public for free. So which is not necessarily like it's not a public benefit in the sense that affordable housing is, but you're doing something that's helping to fix a city problem. And I guess you could argue about whether or not that's extrinsic or intrinsic, but that would be an example, right? You've allowed the public to use your parking spaces. You found a way to, donate it to the community sphere. Maybe another example of this would be, in fact, like a property owner who had several properties in Palo Alto, and in exchange for, doing a development on one property, they agree to fix something else on the other property, right? Whatever it might be. It might be an aesthetic thing, everyone hates this storefront, or, they're going to add something to it, fix it, and make it better in some way, which would not be an intrinsic benefit because it's literally on a different property, but would still kind of be within this category of a public benefit that this person can provide, and that they provide by virtue of their unique position of owning a property. Probably not being very good here about coming up with all the different creative examples of what I have in mind of what could be extrinsic but not money. But I'm trying, and I'm hoping maybe someone else can add to this conversation, because it's a difficult subject, so maybe someone can help me out here.
Vice Chair.
So I'm also struggling here a little bit in supporting extrinsic benefits. It can be hard to see them without having some cash payment. And I'm just wondering, I mean, if a developer did agree, to build a new sewer line, would the city probably would not have the developer build that sewer line? They'd probably ask for a transfer payment or something like that, which would that constitute a, what is it called? Yeah, an in-kind or a monetary contribution if a developer transfers money? I guess this is a question to staff. Yep.
Yeah, I think that would qualify.
So then the other thing,
obviously there's I would qualify my statement, but depending on the project and weighing everything together, that example could be a reasonable example.
Okay. Then the other thing I guess I want to float to the commission is that we did agree in our last session, and I think it still stands here so far, that we do want to see an economic analysis of the public benefits and the private benefits. Maybe these in-kind contributions could be weighed against that. I don't know, I'm just thinking, maybe that they're limited to 25% of the public benefit or something like that. I'm not saying I support that, but it is an idea I wanted to float, that we do have some whole measure that we can measure against for these monetary contributions.
Commissioner Alchek.
Okay, so I would like to support Commissioner Michael's changes. I think actually last time we talked about the idea of significant being a problem. I think I mentioned that because it scares me, because everybody's approach to that word could theoretically have a different definition. And we had just abandoned the use of significant public benefit only to add significant monetary payment, and that struck me as a great suggestion. I also think that referring to a plan that hasn't been adopted is probably a mistake, and again, unnecessary considering the overarching goal here, which is to create flexibility. So I think replacing the infrastructure plan with a comprehensive plan is another great suggestion. So I would support this paragraph with the reasonable monetary, the city's comprehensive plan, and the removal of the nexus to the proposed project, which was suggested by Commissioner Downing. And I want to add, an example to bolster this argument. We have now seen what I believe is the third failure of a grocery store in Palo Alto at Edgewood Plaza. Now, I just want you to know something. There were a lot of people that hated Edgewood Plaza. I live in that neighborhood. I happen to be a huge fan of mid-century modern design. I'm not a huge fan of old Eichler inefficient homes, but that was an incredible, project from my perspective. The result is beautiful, and it's thriving with exception to the grocer. And I think, I wasn't on the commission at the time, but, you know, the community group is now discussing how can these homes even be sold if they don't put a grocer in there before they want to sell these homes. Like, they're going to hold the developer out to dry. And I sort of believe in the marketplace of ideas, and I wonder if we can decide, you know, can we force a grocer to succeed exactly where we want to under the strict limitations of size? I don't know. But could that project have been better if it was a more flexible mixed-use project that didn't specifically require a small-size grocer, and potentially a fee could have been paid to create, call it a scholarship or a subsidy for low-income housing that could theoretically be something that a Buena Vista non-for-profit park developer could dip into as they create more low-income housing, right? We don't simply have to zone or encourage verbally low-income housing. We could also theoretically subsidize it, right? We could create a subsidy for people who are willing to create non-for-profit housing projects. And we could do that by asking developers to contribute to that, right? So again, my point here is, I believe that the lack of flexibility in the Edgewood Plaza project may result in its long-term failure. Who knows? I've never been to a grocery store in California where I can see over the shelves. And in that grocery store, you can see over the shelf. When I'm in Whole Foods, I don't know if you're on the other side of the supermarket because I can't see. So maybe they didn't know the market well. Or maybe that's a tough spot to have a small, medium-sized grocer. And my point is exactly that. If they can never change that space to be potentially a different retail use, then that inflexibility could be the result of its failure. And that, the grocery store is the public benefit, I guess, in that project. I don't know. Or maybe keeping the mid-century modern design is. But my real point is how much better theoretically could it be, as Mark Michael said, when we can have a tangible value associated with the public benefit, that maybe the project could have existed very much in the way that the developer had in mind, a mixed-use project, and supported some fee-based approach that supported a public benefit that we really do know is very valuable to our marketplace. So that's sort of confusing and odd way to support it, but.
Commissioner Alchek, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
So back to the paragraph here. So do you want to summarize the changes, the edits that you want to make to this? And then what I'd like to do is just make it give everyone a chance to weigh in whether they agree with you or don't agree with you. Okay. So why don't you explicitly talk about the changes that you're.
How about I read it?
Why don't you do that, please?
That I would read it. I'm going to start at the second sentence because I have no changes in the first. Public benefits shall include affordable housing, or excuse me, examples of public benefits include affordable housing, reasonable monetary or in-kind contributions toward meeting goals of the city's comprehensive plan, or other similar amenities or improvements identified by the city council. From time to time, the city council may adopt a resolution. Well, actually, we didn't really talk about this sentence, but I'll leave it for now. From time to time, the city council may adopt a resolution. By resolution, a menu of public benefits that represent current city priorities. I think that kind of gives them the idea of what I'm suggesting.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is I'd like to call for lights of people that disagree with the proposed changes that Commissioner Alchek has integrated into this paragraph. One light I see is Commissioner Rosenblum.
Yeah, I'm going to make this short because it's the same objection, which is again, if I'm outvoted here, that's fine. But just to register the objection, which is, I do think this clause is pay for benefits. So the Edgewood Plaza example, for if we needed to violate zoning because that neighborhood really needs a grocery, that's an intrinsic benefit. We believe that a grocery store is so valuable in that location that even though it's not zoned for it, and I don't actually know the particulars of the zoning in there, I'm just making up an example, that opinion would not change if they then said, well, what if we gave you $1 million? I find that I find that logic hard to follow. So if the argument is that they just need a shopping center there, then hopefully we'd eventually change the zoning codes to encompass that use case that we've decided a commercial center needs to be put there. Or if we decide it should be mixed use and that's a good use, then again, it's intrinsic. That is a valuable thing to offer. But if it's not valuable, but the developer then says, well, what if I gave you cash? And we said, oh, that tipped the balance. I can't square that circle. And I don't see a situation where without the cash, we would have said no. And now with the cash, that tips the balance to yes. And that's the piece that the language is very difficult for me here. I recognize the inconsistency too that Vice Chair Fine has brought up, which is, well, in theory, cash that the city receives will go into some in-kind service that, through this alchemy of turning it into a sewer project or a public safety building. So I recognize that that's also one of these difficult things, but that the cash itself being assigned value against the project, I have a hard time squaring that logic and how that isn't just buying the zoning. So I'll just object on the same logic and let the process move forward.
Okay, so Commissioner Downing.
Yeah, at the risk of inconsistency, I think that I can't support this without someone squaring that circle for me. So I think I'm in the same boat as Commissioner Rosenbaum on this one. I tried to come up with examples that would square it. I'm not sure that I succeeded. I was hoping to hear more of that from others, but I don't think I'm there. So I don't think I can support this. Although all the changes he made are consistent with his position, and therefore if you were selecting this position, then these are good changes for you to make.
Is there anyone else that disagrees with Commissioner Alczyk's revised paragraph? Pull your lights. Okay, so as it stands, it looks like majority of the commission agrees with the changed paragraph, as Commissioner Alczyk read. I also agree with it myself as well. The one part which I would suggest is removing the last sentence, mainly because I think it's hard for the city council to forecast what exception might come up. So here's how I like to do it. So I think as it stands right now, Commissioner Alczyk's revised paragraph has majority support of the commission. And so I'm making a proposal to remove the last sentence. And everyone that disagrees with my proposal, you should pull your lights and speak up about that. Okay, seeing no lights, I assume then that the paragraph that Commissioner Alczyk revised and that I also proposed to remove, unless Vice Chair has something to say.
I was just hoping you could explain why you want to remove the final sentence there.
Okay, good question. So the reason why I wanted to remove the final sentence is that it's kind of like if we really knew the menu of public benefits, then we could put that in the zoning code, right? I think by nature, PCs are an exception. And because it's an exception, it's something which it's hard, you don't know what's going to be, right? It depends on the property, it depends on the situation, it depends on the economy, it depends on a lot of different things. And so I think it's actually really hard to have a menu of public benefits because it's something which it also implies that but that's mainly the reason, because I think exceptions are hard to forecast. That's the main reason why. And I believe actually less is more here. So, but with that explanation, if anyone disagrees with this, please pull your lights and speak up against it. Okay, so I think we have the majority of the commission moving forward with that. And then let's go to the next item, which is enforcement. So this is on page 5. And that, let's see. So I forgot who was the person that, oh yeah, it was Commissioner Alczyk on enforcement. So maybe you could do the same thing, Commissioner Olczak, is you can frame up your rationale that generated this paragraph. And for everyone's, just to make it clear, so at the last time we talked about this, we had a 3-3 split on this item. And maybe Commissioner Olczak, if you can kick it off again, and then anyone that disagrees with your proposal.
So I actually think last time Commissioner Olczak was moving to strike the funding mechanisms for the enforcement, and this paragraph actually kind of strengthens them.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if you want to speak out against.
Oh, okay, okay. Actually, okay. So sorry. Who's speaking out against?
I don't think that's accurate. I think what I suggested last time was that we needed greater specificity of enforcement because that in of itself is a problem. And then I also suggested that we create an avenue by which costs could theoretically be waived for nonprofits because they are in essence operating in the red. And I think they've done that. So I actually would support this enforcement clause.
Okay, so Commissioner Olczak, can you do us a favor? Can you speak why you agree with this? And then anyone that disagrees with you will hit the lights.
So I would like to suggest that I think that this is really well written. I also want to suggest that this is is fundamentally the most complicated component of the deal that will be struck between a city and an applicant. And I think what these two paragraphs do is create sort of a framework for what we want to see happen without sort of creating too much specificity. And because every public benefit could theoretically be very different, the enforcement agreement would have to be very specific because it might be executed in a different way. And I like that. And we had a speaker tonight who talked about dissatisfaction with the concept of being able to waive enforcement costs. Again, I see that option for nonprofits specifically as being very welcome. I think it would be a mistake to remove it. I don't think we've been overrun by nonprofit PC developers. And I wonder, since we've never had really enforcement costs attached to this program, if allowing this caveat, which simply is an option, would be threatening. So again, I imagine the day when they do craft this agreement, it will be like a work of art by our city's legal team. And if there are suggestions on how this could theoretically be better, I would probably welcome them from my colleagues.
Okay, so Commissioner Olczak spoke why he thinks that this paragraph that staff has written on page 5 on enforcement we should incorporate this. Everyone that disagrees should hit the lights, and first one is Commissioner Michael.
So I think this is on the right track. I have 3 suggestions for possible improvement of the enforcement and monitoring. The first is in perpetuity, I think is not really workable because that could be a long time. I think we should have a fixed number of years consistent with the expected age of the building, let's say 30 years. But in perpetuity could be 1,000 years. You know, so I think in perpetuity should be replaced by a fixed term of years, somewhat related to the useful life of the building. I think in the second section where it says following approval, I think that should be before approval. So I think that when the PC district is approved, I think that the public benefits agreement should be sort of part of what's approved. And then I think at the end, I think this was a comment made earlier, council may elect to waive enforcement costs for nonprofit developers. I think that should be deleted because I think a nonprofit organization is tax exempt. They may have significant cash flow. I don't see the rationale for treating them differently from somebody who is a taxable entity. And I would propose those 3 changes.
Okay, Commissioner Gardias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a comment about monitoring, and this is from the same perspective. When we talked first time or before during our last meeting about simplifying process of initial screening, I would like to propose to remove monitoring and enforcement clause. The reason is like this. It's going to cost both parties, and I don't think it's going to be taken well if there's going to be a special monitoring program for this. We have already a number of different ordinances, and I think that that monitoring is maybe a weak point, so we would be introducing another one, maybe not effective mechanism. And then I think that this should be replaced with self-monitoring, which would be per contract with the city that the developer is going to sign. So it's going to replace that obligation. And in terms of the enforcement, we already have a existing process of the enforcement of the violations. So I don't see there is a reason for introducing a specific process. So for this reason, I would propose to remove this clause. Thank you.
Okay, so Commissioner Gardias, just to be clear, are you saying you want to strike Section B? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Okay, does anyone else disagree with Commissioner Olczyk's proposal? You should hit the lights. Commissioner Rosenblum.
I agree with the proposal, but also agree with Commissioner Michael to change in perpetuity to some finite period that's commensurate with the project.
Okay. Commissioner Downing.
So I support what Commissioner Rosenblum just said in terms of supporting Commissioner Michaels. I would also add that in terms of So to Commissioner Gardias' point, it says, the benefits agreement shall contain a monitoring and enforcement plan. That's pretty vague though, right? You could make that really strict, you could make it really loose, right? I mean, the enforcement plan may be that there is no enforcement plan. That's how I read this, right? I mean, you could make it as light or as heavy-handed as you wanted. So I wouldn't necessarily want to cut that. I think I do want to draw our attention back to why this came up for Commissioner Alto in the first place, which is that we were talking about different kinds of projects, right? And we were talking about, for example, that there's a difference between something that's affordable housing, and it's always going to be affordable housing, and there's kind of no reason to monitor it because it is what it is. It'd be really hard for it not to be that, right? Versus other types of public benefits, like, for example, a garden that's locked behind a gate and it should be open and it's not. So different kind of monitoring, different kind of costs involved. So I do want to bring attention back to that because I think it makes sense for the one kind and not the other. And I think that we were trying to make that distinction by talking about nonprofit developers, but there might be a better way to make that distinction. If you guys can help me come up with that, I'll support that. But I think that was an idea that we all kind of understood and grasped. The one other thing that I think—
wait, hold on, before you go on. Can you frame that in terms of how would you change the language so that you want to make it tangible?
I'm not sure. I gotta think about it. Okay. And maybe others will have ideas. But the one other thing that I wanted to mention is that in terms of establishing a funding mechanism for inspections, to go along with the idea that this should be tied not to perpetuity, but to the expected lifetime of the project, I actually am not a fan of a funding mechanism for inspections. I think there should be an upfront fee. And that's it, and you're done. Because I think that if you have a funding mechanism, well, now every year there's a project for staff to do and to get the payment and to monitor the payment and make sure it's coming in, right? That's a whole another workflow for us. So get it up front. So I don't really like the idea of a funding mechanism. Getting it up front also means that we can invest it and we can earn interest off of it and it sits in our pot and we can use it when we need to. And not necessarily just for this project, but for any other project. We create a pool of inspection funds. So I would propose changing that section from establishing of a funding mechanism for inspections to establishing a prepaid fee for inspections, something like that.
If later you come up with language for the other idea, hit your lights. Okay, Vice Chair.
I want to say I'm in support of Commissioner Alchek and Commissioner Michael and the changes they've made. I'm interested by the idea of changing it to a fee instead of a funding mechanism as proposed by Commissioner Downing. I wanted to ask staff if they know of any other municipalities which do some sort of enforcement on these kind of zones. I mean, in my own experience, I've known plenty of public spaces that are close to the public, or affordable housing that's done on these things then just used as a corporate suite. These things are violated. So if you've had any experience in how they're enforced.
So locally?
Nationally.
Okay, well, so I guess I'll say a couple things. One, here in Palo Alto, we have 2 code enforcement officers that are looking at the whole city, a variety of potential violations, and it's a very reactive situation. So we're not able to respond at this point to proactive enforcement. And we do enforcement on projects that have received PC districts, and we were actually just talking about one today, and it seems like there are repeat sort of violations of maybe closing off certain areas and not being accessible. So those are things that we need to go back out and do a enforcement action on. I think that's a drain on our resources if we have to keep going out, and if it's spread out over a certain period of time, it may not trigger a certain mechanism where it can escalate. I think one of the benefits of having in this agreement, a monitoring and enforcement plan is that we can address that issue and talk about repeat violations and how that will be addressed in a construct that might be more constrained than our existing program. It is, in my experience in other communities, the idea of an enforcement and monitoring program is not, it is something that is a part of the process. It's not unusual. The idea that if we're going to have to expend city resources to make sure you're doing what you said you were going to do, that you're going to cover the cost of staff doing that. Okay. And whether that's a funding mechanism or a prepaid fee, I think the idea is that you collect some money, you draw down on that, and then you collect more money when you need it. So I think the intent here was to not be, we felt like we weren't able to imagine all the different scenarios and enforcement plans and monitoring activities that could possibly be relevant to a particular project. So the way it was drafted was with the intent that there's broad flexibility so that we can craft it. And I frankly think you can strike the last sentence because the elimination of that doesn't preclude a conversation about that when you're drafting that plan. And I had a couple other thoughts that were off that point when it's appropriate, Chair. I'd like to talk about it.
Okay, Commissioner Downing.
All right, I got you what I think we need. Okay, so in this sentence, the following components: frequency of inspections, comma, establishment of a discretionary fee or series of fees for inspection. And I think that gets us to a wide array of flexibility that can work for all sorts of different projects. Should I say it? Should I do it again? Okay, so the following components: frequency of inspections, comma, establishment of a discretionary fee or series of fees for inspections.
So here's what I like to do. I like to kind of sum up where we're at right now first, and then make this kind of the jumping off point for other folks. So okay, so in terms of perpetuity, I think the first person to disagree with Commissioner Alchek was Mark Michael, who proposed it needs to be time bound. That was also supported by Commissioner Rosenblum, also by Vice Chair Fine, and also by it was also supported by, can't read my handwriting. Oh yeah, that's right. I was supported by Commissioner Downing, that's right. Okay, and then, and I also support that. And then which is a majority, so that would work. And then the other one is the comment about applicant following approval. Commissioner Michael suggested that should be before approval, and that was supported by the same set of folks, including myself, so that's also a majority. And then the other one is Commissioner Michael wanted to strike the last sentence, and that was supported by Commissioner Downing and Commissioner Fine, and I also support that. So that's majority. And so so that's kind of where we're at. And then I think Commissioner Downing is proposing a variation to language, which you all just heard. And I support that. And so I like to use that as a new jumping off point. So for folks that disagree with the current state of where this is at, hit your lights, please. So Commissioner Alchek.
Okay, so I want to make a case for this fixed years idea. I know. I just want to. If you don't mind, I want to just suggest something here. In this first paragraph A, we talk about recording something as a covenant on real property. That is a very permanent recording, and if we're uncomfortable with permanence, maybe that's something that we should talk about, the recording of a covenant. But I also want to articulate something else, which is when people are reviewing these PC projects and we're talking about intrinsic benefits, which I believe are the only instances of situations where enforcement will be necessary, because extrinsic benefits would require some sort of action to take place at a very specific time, and theoretically enforcement, well, who knows, maybe there would be ongoing enforcement in an extrinsic benefit situation as well. But allow me for a moment to just suggest that when they put forth a project that has a very specific public benefit intrinsic to the project, the whole design of the project sort of envelops this idea, and the life of the project should theoretically support that use or that benefit. At some point in time, somebody may want to change the project, redevelop it, at which point they could either redevelop it under current zoning or apply for a new PC in theory. And so I don't know if perpetuity is the right word, and I don't know if fixed years is the right word, because, for example, with affordable housing, there's a state law mandated number of years. And so I think maybe what we need there is for the life of the project. Because if we intended this public benefit to relate to the exceptions received, it should exist throughout the duration that the exceptions are enjoyed. And so I would not support removing perpetuity, and I wanted to make the case for that real quick. And I would also like to highlight that this idea of recording a covenant on the affected property represents potentially an incongruous idea here with your general support for eliminating perpetuity. So I think, number one, we should figure out a better word for perpetuity, and maybe we should eliminate the covenant idea. And I would support the suggestion of the fees for inspections that Commissioner Downing came up with.
Okay, so I know other people have hit the lights, but I'd like to actually close on the issue of in perpetuity versus conflict with the covenant. I think probably the best person to address that is Commissioner Michael. So I'm going to call on you first, so maybe if you could help address that issue.
Well, I think Commissioner Alchek is making some good points, but I think that the practicality of the enforcement process should be linked to the expected useful life of the project or the building. And I think that if you have some way of estimating that, and I think there are other buildings which are, and I think in the density bonus it's 30 years, or there may be some convention about what you would adopt for the fixed term, but I would think that in perpetuity is creating some uncertainty that is really not desirable. And I have other comments about other parts of this, but I'll stop there.
Okay. So let's see here.
I would suggest life of the project. That's, if I wasn't clear. I'm not suggesting
Okay, so let's otherwise we're gonna be here all night. Let's try to do this a little bit methodically. Okay, so Commissioner Alchek, why don't you have a revised statement?
Yeah, I would simply remove in perpetuity, and I would say in which the district was created for the life of the project or until modified by ordinance, which would be essentially a new PC.
Okay.
Because in theory, if someone wanted to redevelop the project and bring it back down to zoning, they should have that right. They should have the right to redevelop something they developed 10 years ago that may not be working out. And maybe they bring it back to current zoning, in which case, why would they need to continue offering a public benefit for a project that doesn't have any exceptions, right? So I think the life of the project means when that project ceases to exist, as it is now.
Commissioner Michael, can you speak on that?
How about for the expected life of the project?
I guess what I'm trying to say is there a scenario where you envision a situation where 40 years go by and suddenly, peace, this theater is no longer public, this garden's no longer public, and now the owner of the property gets to enjoy maybe an amenity that you used to have to require to share with the, like, to me, if they decide to redevelop the property and maintain existing limitations, that would probably have to operate through ordinance, through the PC. And if they decided to reduce the development scale of the property and bring it down into current zoning, that'd be the end of the life of the project. So I guess I'm trying to understand in what scenario would there need to be a, I don't even know how you define expected life of a project, right? We have buildings now that are 150 years old that we still maintain, and we have buildings that are 40 years old that need to get taken down. So I think that's a very difficult definition.
Well, so I'm not a developer. I've had a fairly extensive career in business, but I think that the issue that might come up is that if I'm trying to figure out what's going to be viable in terms of a project that would be acceptable to the community, to the city, and there's a cost that's going to be part of the investment, I'm going to want to know if it's going to be X dollars for Y years. Is that acceptable? And I can plug that into my spreadsheet, and I can decide whether to do the deal or not. But if it's a building that has a useful life of 40 years and it's this monitoring enforcement is going to cost $1,000 a year, I'll put in a number in that cell in the spreadsheet and I'll see if it works. But if I don't know what that's going to be, I may want to do my development elsewhere. But I think there needs to be some rational way of calculating what what the parameters are.
Okay, so here's what I like to do. We're kind of going on this one item and this is sort of the bigger item to talk about for this section. So I'm going to call the lights, assuming that you guys want to weigh in on this topic. So I think Commissioner Alchek is proposing existing life of the project.
Yeah, the life of the project.
And Commissioner Michael has his previous fixed years approach. So, or expected life. Commissioner Rosenblum.
Yeah, just kind of a point of process. I think we're veering into legal drafting territory, and I don't think it's productive. So my request for all of us is there are some major philosophical issues, and I admit that life of project definition may count as one of those, but I think that I trust staff and attorneys to sort of get the intent that we're struggling with, like how long to pay, and that they should come up with language that seems to make sense and not go on clause by clause sort of drafting. I don't know if there's like a point of order we need to vote on, but I think this is not I think our role is to give the broad philosophical thrust of, intrinsic versus extrinsic, monetary versus not monetary, but like defining clauses, I don't find very productive.
Okay. Commissioner Gardias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the same spirit, what my colleague just said, but maybe with a little bit different twist, right? I still don't think that we need this each PC district paragraph as well as paragraph B. I think that the only thing that should remain from this language should be paragraph A, that pretty much just provides explicit language, what needs to be done. The other items, each PC district, sentence, and then public benefits agreements, they simply repeat the processes that are already existing, and then pretty much introduce separate processes which pretty much will trigger confusion in the future and disputes like we have today. So for this reason, I would like to propose just to remove that each PC district clause, because it's already in the covenant, and then it's not going to be modified with this verbiage. It will be recorded document on the property, and only modification of the PC zoning or some other subsequent document is going to change it.
Commissioner Gardias, one thing I like to do is I like to kind of close out the current thread, which is this issue about the expected life versus 6 years. Or okay, so I think Commissioner Rosenblum brought up a really good point. I do wonder if we are veering too much into the staff area. Maybe staff wants to make a comment on this.
I would love to. So this has been a great discussion. I think I understand, with the exception of Commissioner Gardias, I'm not quite on the same page of where you are, but I appreciate your perspective on that. I do think we've often used the term for the life of the project in documents. We're comfortable with that language. I think that's appropriate, and I think that would be we can use that language to replace in perpetuity, along with the added language of or until modified by ordinance. Having spent some time now looking at this, I wanted to respond to Commissioner Michael's comment and our public speaker about the public benefit agreement being adopted as part of the PC district. And so I would like to make a recommended change to this section for the PTC to consider. And right now you've got the paragraph for 1838-160, and then you've got subsection A and subsection B. I'd actually like to insert add a new section, which would be the new subsection A, that would state something to the effect that explicitly stating that a public benefits agreement is required as part of the public district approval, and then B would be the way A is written now, which is execution of the agreement being required after approval, and then B restated as C. So I'm simply adding, for clarity, that the public benefits agreement is required at the time that the PC district is approved. And then we're also supportive of the other changes.
Oh, wait, hold on. Can you explain why you want to do
that? I believe that we can be clearer as to when the public benefit agreement is actually acted upon. And it was our intent in drafting that it was acted upon as part of the PC district. But I think that there's an opportunity for us to be more explicit about that. I mean, we heard a public comment about it. We heard a commissioner. There seems to be some confusion about it. And I think that just simply adding a new subsection would add that clarity. As part of your PC district, you need to have a public benefits agreement. That's just a statement. And then that gets executed after the approval. And then there's this monitoring and reporting program. Okay. And
so what I'm a little bit concerned about here is that we're kind of splintering threads, and I'm trying to pull it together. And so first issue is, I think staff suggests that the language mods we're trying to make in terms of in perpetuity, maybe staff could handle. This is kind of something that Commissioner Rosenblum promoted. I actually personally don't feel that strongly about it, but I don't know. What I'm going to do actually is I'm going to clear lights, and anyone that feels strongly about it, click your lights. Otherwise, we're going to do what staff recommends on this one. Okay, I see no lights. Okay, so now let's keep going. So now staff has a recommendation to insert in a new section A, and so let's follow that thread now, and in exchange for changing the following, instead of what Commissioner Michael proposed, which was having the following approval, he wanted to have it before approval. Staff is recommending, instead of that, doing what he just said, which is having this new section A.
Right,
Correct?
I want to honor that comment, but make it a discrete subsection.
Okay, so, okay, with that proposal, anyone that disagrees should hit the lights. Okay, I'm going to say something. So I at least maybe I misunderstood this, but I think the reason why it's important to have it before instead of not specifying, having it following, because I think that it should be clear as to what is the agreement, right? How could you, I think it's something that the speaker earlier today said, and so I think it actually is important to actually have, when does that happen? I know it's going to happen, but the question is when. And I think that's the point that Commissioner Michael made, and that's why I think that the way Commissioner Michael proposed it is still better than what you proposed. Okay, so let's call in other folks. Commissioner Gardias.
Chair Tanaka, can I just make a legal clarification that the reason why staff is proposing it this way is that we believe that there should be a distinction between negotiation and execution. So the negotiation takes place beforehand where the city has the leverage, but legally the city cannot execute a document until the PC district is approved.
Okay, I didn't know that. So for that reason, I actually withdraw my objection to that. Okay, Commissioner Alchek.
No, I was going to suggest that I think what that he meant was that it was like a signing. I was going to suggest the same thing.
Okay. Okay, good. So I think we're coming together here. So, okay, so let's start over again where we are. So we've basically have the changes that the staff proposed at section A. We have all the ones that Commissioner Michael proposed, the ones that Commissioner Downing proposed. We have majority approval for all of that. I guess what I want to confirm is if anyone disagrees with what I just said, to hit the lights and speak about it. I think I do want to acknowledge Commissioner Gardias has already said he wants to strike section B, and we all heard that. Vice Chair.
This is probably a typo. It says frequent penalties for enforcement. I think you mean penalties for violations.
Okay, I don't think anyone disagrees on that one. Okay, so I think we're good on this. I think majority agrees with the changes we talked about, except for, I think, Commissioner Gardias, who thinks we should strike section B. Okay, Commissioner Michael.
So I have a question about the funding mechanism. We talked about, I guess Commissioner Downing had some comments on this which were interesting. There may be some benefit just having sort of an upfront fee which is deemed to be adequate. In some cases, you don't want to have, it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate to have a fee, but you might want to have a performance bond. For example, there might be a low probability of default, but a high cost of that if it were to occur. And I think you also have a situation where I think you'd want to have sort of basically a bond instead of a fee, a big bond. I'm also concerned that there's a typical pattern that I believe occurs in some real estate projects, and then you have a promoter who may be sort of a general partner, attract investors in the form of a limited partnership. Maybe it's a condominium. Maybe they sell all the units, turn it over to the homeowners association. The partnership is dissolved and no longer exists, and now you have a different group of people, and perhaps the public benefit was maintaining a open space as a public park. and then they default on that. Now you're going after the condominium owners, where the development, the agreement, public benefits agreement they weren't parties to the public benefits agreement. The general partner was the party to that. So what happens if you have a partnership that goes out of existence, an LLC that goes out of existence, you have an entirely new group, time passes, the building's still life of the project, but it's a completely new group of innocent people who weren't privy to it, they don't understand it. How do you do that?
So 2 points on that. So typically, there's language that talks about the successor ownership of the property or whatever the real estate transaction is. They would be responsible for maintaining the benefits and so forth. And that's why we've added the requirement about the covenant, so that when there's a sale of transfer, the new owner is going to receive a copy of that when they do their title search. They'll see that there's this covenant, and they'll see what their obligation is when they're acquiring the property.
So if it goes to the association, then they're on notice, and
That's right.
it's a common expense and
That's right.
common risk. Okay.
So Commissioner Michael, I assume that there was no specific change you wanted to make then?
No, I was just concerned with the adequacy of the funding mechanism. And I get the notion of you may want a fee, you may want a bond, you may want to have an annual charge, but I think you might want to be creative in terms of making sure it's adequate.
So if I may, for staff's perspective, I think our preference is to leave the language as it was drafted, where it says funding mechanism. I think it leaves open a wide variety of options. You did mention the performance bond. That is a frequent tool that we use to require, adherence to certain, standards or conditions of approval. I think funding mechanism also includes the possibility of discretionary fees or series of fees. I think it's much more, it's a broader approach and leaves us more options. That's just the staff perspective.
Okay, this was actually Commissioner Downing's proposal. So do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I think at the very least we need the word discretionary in there, because like we were talking about for PERMA projects where we really don't expect much in terms of enforcement, right? If it's like affordable housing, we don't necessarily want them to pay a fee every year, right? So I think you want the word discretionary in there at the very least.
Okay.
We don't typically use the term discretionary to characterize a fee. There's a fee schedule. So I guess I'm not completely following why you need the added term discretionary.
Just so long as it's clear that it can be zero, that the council has a right to say it's zero.
Okay, so let's close on that item first, which is discretionary, or what it currently said before, which is funding mechanism. So let's say that if everyone is in favor of what Commissioner Downing said, or if you do what Commissioner Downing said, hit your lights. Okay, so discretion. So staff proposed that we have the funding mechanism back to the language as it was. Commissioner Downing has countered saying discretionary funding mechanism. Right, and so everyone that disagrees with Commissioner Downing, hit the lights. Commissioner Alchek. Commissioner Gardias.
No, I will speak no further because it's from the same, what I said already before, right? So.
Commissioner Michael.
I support what you said. I support what you said.
Okay.
Clarify here.
Okay, people who support don't have to do anything. If you support Commissioner Downing's discretionary funding mechanism, don't have to do anything. If you disagree, hit the lights. If you disagree with Commissioner Downing's, okay. So Commissioner Michael, do you want to speak while you disagree?
I support Senior Assistant City Attorney Cara Silver's explanation of the fact that they don't want the word discretionary in that language because it constrains the city.
Commissioner Gardias.
in the same spirit, and then each sentence like this or word just requires definition, because otherwise would create confusion.
I also agree with staff's recommendation, but that's only 3, so Vice Chair.
So how, this is to Commissioner Michael and to staff, how would discretionary constrain the city? Having that word in there?
We're getting into some heavy-duty wordsmithing here. I don't know that discretionary would actually constrain the city. I think you have the ability to waive the fee under the last sentence, assuming that hasn't been taken out.
Okay.
One, I think what we're really concerned about is that what we want is to have a broad way of enforcing this through fees, through letters of credit, through performance bond, and not be tied down to just one funding mechanism.
Okay. I think in that case, I would also be against this word discretionary and vote to keep it as is.
Okay, Commissioner Olczak.
In lieu of that, can we reinstate the waiver then? I mean, the idea of the way, I think the waiver, again, is optional, and it instills the concept that we want to not make, we want to give the council an opportunity to make certain enforcement less burdensome for certain developers. And I think that's just creating greater flexibility again. So I would encourage us to put that back in if possible.
Okay, so I think I would agree with actually staff, which is I think we're going some heavy-duty wordsmithing here. So, but we actually have a majority that agrees with staff, and so Commissioner Olczak, you want to propose to actually put discretionary back in, or I guess what was your proposal specifically?
I would suggest that we leave the last line that's written here.
Okay, we had a majority that already agreed to take it out, though.
Right, but I think we took it out as a result of the case that was made for discretionary, because the case that was made suggested that discretionary allowed you to do both. It allowed you to create a non-fee because it was discretionary, and I think the point here is.
Okay, so let's do that. So you're proposing to not strike out the last sentence. So everyone that disagrees with Olczak's proposal to remove everyone that agrees with him to remove the last sentence don't have to do anything. Okay, so everyone's cool with keeping that sentence in then. That's fine. Okay, so I think we're done here. Does anyone disagree?
I'd like to address one issue that or I mean, do you mean with this specific issue? Or done with the PC reform discussion?
No.
Okay.
Done with enforcement discussion.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, let's move on then. Okay.
I thought you were about to adjourn.
No.
You've been so early the last week.
Okay. Okay, so we're done on enforcement. Let's move on to the zoning incongruity. Basically, staff says that there is none. So we don't have to talk about that. Now let's talk about the page 7, which is the recommendations we made last time that staff disagrees with them. So here's what I propose. I propose that for each item, one by one, starting with the first item at the bottom of page 7, that staff talks about why they disagree and what they propose that we do. And the way we'll work is if folks disagree with staff, we'll hit our lights, and if we do agree, we won't say anything. So staff, why don't you start with the first item?
So I'm happy to participate in the conversation. I think that when we were last here, we had a 3-3 straw poll vote on these different issues. I think we've articulated that in the report for the first item about the 50 feet. I understand clearly why the commissioners who expressed the desire to go past that to provide that flexibility, that some would argue that that's the purpose of the PC district. We understand that. We just haven't heard, well, I guess what we have heard is that people are looking for a little more predictability about what the PC district projects would include, and establishing some kind of a limitation to how far somebody could ask for some deviation for the code. On the previous page, we include a table that illustrates the distinction between the zoning ordinance densities, which in some instances are lower than the comprehensive plan densities. And we believe that that is a vehicle for which somebody could seek a deviation from the zoning, but still be compliant with the comprehensive plan. It's really just a policy conversation for the PTC at this point as to whether or not the 50 foot is a hard limit or not.
Okay, so I think you gave your explanation. I'm not sure you gave a proposal, but Commissioner Alchek actually reminded me.
So to be clear, I guess the proposal is to not make any change as we've indicated in the staff report, right?
Okay.
Okay.
So, okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to do this. So staff has a proposal of keeping it as it is, as they say on page 7, bottom, part 1. Commissioner Alchek.
Okay, first let me say that I appreciate and respect very much staff's decision to not support the removal of the 50-foot height limit. And I also am very happy that you acknowledged our overwhelming support at the last meeting for lifting that 50-foot height limit. I think it's important. No, I don't think it was 3-3. I don't think it was, I think it was unanimous.
You're right, actually, it was unanimous of the members that were here.
And I think it's
Right.
important that the city council know that we unanimously felt that we should lift that. And I want to, and since everybody here, is in agreement with you, this is sort of a direct appeal to you. I would like to appeal to staff and ask if they would consider rephrasing their position, and instead of articulating support for 50 feet, articulating support for a 5-story limitation. There's a real specific reason why I'm suggesting this. I would obviously, as a commissioner, since I made this clear, I would support developments that exceeded 5 stories, okay? But if staff is uncomfortable with simply eliminating the limitation on 50 feet, would they support the view that you have heard articulated by the majority of the members of the ARB on countless occasions, and some commissioners as well, which is that 50 feet is sort of the wrong metric and that 5 stories is far better? Again, I would support exceeding the 5-story limit, but my point here is that you have an opportunity here to engage the city council in a discussion that the ARB has suggested for so long now. And if you suggested 5 stories, that could mean 55 feet, that could mean 58 feet. And what that really actually means is that we would give developments an opportunity to enhance first floor retail, as well as enhancing roof lines, which is something the ARB has consistently said. The 50 feet creates a box and doesn't give us an opportunity to create a 5-story project that is actually more appealing than what we're sort of encouraging. And so, again, what I'm suggesting is, I appreciate that you've gotten the feedback from council that 50 feet is where they're at, and you're not really comfortable sort of supporting a change. But maybe you can take this opportunity to suggest, if you agree, not you, but staff as a whole, that 5 stories might be a better approach. And that would sort of happen in conjunction with our recommendation that we lift that limitation in general. But at least we've given City Council this rare opportunity to create a better metric, and that discussion could theoretically adjust the zoning code. But anyways, I'm just suggesting that you incorporate some of the ARB's suggestions.
Okay. So staff had made a recommendation that we approved last time, we approved last time that we don't have, because this is an exception, PCs are exceptions, we don't need to have 50 feet limit. Alchek has counter-proposed, but before we get to his counter-proposal, let's hear Commissioner Gardias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for the record, I just wanted to remind our conversation last time. I voted indeed to remove this cap, but because of the confusion that, if you remember, there was a subsequent point that was talking about some other limitations on the project, which I supported. I believe that there should be some limitation on the development since my colleagues didn't support the other one. In the subsequent discussion, I retracted my vote. So respecting my colleagues' vote, it was not unanimous. It was, I retracted my vote. And those are the reasons. So I believe that there should be some limitation as a reason for developer or the applicant of the project to benchmark himself against, and also provide a clear and guidance for the community what community may expect. So those are two reasons that there should be some sort of cap, height limit, or some other benchmark. I envision it differently, but if there will be some other variation from this 50 feet, I would go along with it, as long as it will provide clear cap on the height or some other limitation of the development. Thank you.
Commissioner Michael.
So I wasn't here when the earlier discussion happened, and I did read the minutes, and I thought it was a pretty thorough discussion. It doesn't seem appropriate to me that the revision of the PC zoning ordinance is the time to debate the height limit. The height limit is the height limit. I mean, it's, and I think that's, people may have different views on this. The ARB has views on this. I think Commissioner Alchek was pretty eloquent a moment ago on reasons why we might want to think of this more flexibly. But the height limit is the height limit. I don't think that we should, I don't see any need to have the height limit sort of inserted into the PC zoning ordinance at all. This goes to council for their final decision on, as with everything, on whether a PC district will be approved. And on the two PCs that have come through during my tenure, one was Lytton Gateway, and there's the tower, which is more ornamental, and that was above the 50, a few feet above that, and people thought that was okay. The building itself, other than the ornamental piece, is 50 feet. And then there's the one that is being done on El Camino, where the health club is. That's got the HVAC, which is, it's a little enclosed section, which is a few feet above that. And I don't see that the applications for PC zoning are really, pushing the envelope on height. But in any case, they have to go through council. And I fully respect that council is elected and they have the power to make that decision. Because otherwise, what typically gets filled with here are parameters of either floor area ratio, setback, parking, or height, or some subtle combination of those. And I think that we should allow the law to be what the law is. We don't have to restate it in this ordinance because it's so symbolically important in the community. Although some people may oppose it for those reasons.
Really quickly. It'll take me a half a second. I just want to clarify. I completely agree with you, Commissioner Michael. I don't think they were just restating the law. I think they were saying that PCs couldn't exceed 50 feet. So it was the one component of the law or density code that a PC couldn't exceed. And so it was not just restating the law, it was actually restricting feasibility. And I actually completely agree with you and your sentiment.
Commissioner Rosenwald.
Yeah, sorry, it's another process point. I'm not sure what we're supposed to be doing here. So we had a unanimous, in this case, unanimous item that we're not waiting for another commissioner to sort of break the tie. Staff has disagreed. We don't have a binding vote. They're making recommendations to council. It represents that we were for this, they said this is not advisable. Council now has staff input, PTC input. So I'm not sure what actions we're trying to do now.
Yeah, so the point of just going this over again, because you're right, all 4 of these items, the commission minus Commissioner Michael has already said, yeah, we're for it, right? Staff has had a chance to think about it and is making recommendations to us, although we could choose to ignore. And so it's a chance for us to change our minds. So that's what it is. So I assume that you continue to disagree with staff.
Yeah, I continue to believe this isn't, PC zoning is an exceptional process. It's a bit odd to me. This is the one do not cross line that is specifically called out that, that violating FAR could be okay and violating setbacks could be okay, but the height limit is inviolable. And I would say certainly it's a pretty hard rule, and council would kind of get pretty squinty about anyone who's trying to violate it. So it's hard for me to imagine, but Commissioner Michael just gave 2 examples. And so, I don't know, it seems odd that the line is drawn here. But, again, we had the process, staff has their recommendation, and I think that's, it does seem odd to me in this exceptional process. This is the one area that there shall be no exceptions.
Chair, can I comment?
Well, okay, I was just thinking, because Commissioner Rosenblum brought up a good point, which is we actually already said yes. We heard your reasons. And the person that was missing was Commissioner Michael, who actually agrees with the commission as a whole. So in some ways, we're done on this item already. But staff, why don't you go ahead?
No, that was going to be my comment as well. Just if you wanted to, maybe on the aggregate, see if there was any change of position, but you're already there, so.
Okay. Good. Commissioner Downing, do you want to say something?
Yeah, so I think just as a process point, it would be helpful for me to understand. So help me understand this, because we as the PTC, we went through all of this, and as you can see, we've gone through it with a fine-tooth comb, and we've come up with some recommendations, and a lot of them, they were unanimous, and they're unanimous recommendations that you're rejecting. And so I guess what I'm trying to understand is, at least the way that I understood this, is that based on our recommendations, that's the ordinance that you put together, and that's the ordinance that you present to council. If there's a different process, please tell me, but that seems a little bit odd that we gave a recommendation, we gave an ordinance that we're happy with, and then staff is basically rewriting it and taking the parts they like and they don't like. So I guess we just need some clarity on this, because we feel like, we created something and then you're going to give council half of it. And I think that's our concern. I think that's why we're coming back to this, right? Because if you gave them what we told you to give them, and then you said, but we, for whatever reason, we think these are foolish ideas, that's fine. But at least that's what you give them. Our concern is that you're not giving them what we asked for.
Right. And so, and I can research this further and how it's been addressed in Palo Alto. My experience has been that staff is making a report to the council. That's a staff recommendation that is included in that report. So included with that staff recommendation would be a recommended ordinance. But we would certainly need to make sure that we are capturing the commission's comments, and we would include the tenor of the dialogue that's taken place, and we would explicitly state the reasons, the commission's position on these areas of disagreement. We would highlight that in the report. Those would be discussion topics that would be held by the council. And we would even include the language that you've talked about in the staff report, as we've done in the staff report here. And then further, the commission would also represent itself also at the council meeting. After the staff presentation, there'd be an opportunity for the commission to summarize its deliberation and could further amplify those distinctions. But I guess, and again, I'm open to looking further at this issue to understand how it's been approached in the past. But it's ultimately there's two recommendations we're putting forward. There's a staff recommendation and the PTC recommendation. We're drafting an ordinance to reflect the staff recommendation, but we have the language in the staff report to implement the PTC's recommendation. That's sort of the process we're pursuing. I understand your comments, and again, I'm happy to discuss that further with staff and understand how we've approached it in the past.
Yeah, I mean, it just, you know, as city council, you're short on time, and likely the only thing you're going to read is the first version of the ordinance here, right? By the time you get to the very end and these things that maybe we should have included, right? Those are things that are stacked pretty far at the bottom, right? That's not going to be like the language that they're working off. That's not going to be the first thing they're looking at. And so I guess my concern is just, it's about the representation of that ordinance,
Right.
because at that point, that doesn't reflect the PTC anymore, right?
So
That's my concern.
So what we're doing with our staff reports now on these discussion items is there's going to be in the executive summary, the PTC's discussion, deliberation, and that is, I'll be working with the chair on that language in the staff report. So if your concern is it's buried in the staff report, we're going to highlight it on the first page in the executive summary and clearly note these are areas of disagreement. I think they're going to be interested in knowing that, and we can even cite in the report, details of this can be found on page 5 or, whatever it is. So the last thing I want to do is not move forward the commission's, thoughtful deliberation and time spent on these issues. So I'm happy to work with the chair to make sure that the staff report reflects those ideas.
I mean, one thing I want to point out, it's one thing if if the comment is we're not putting it in because you're asking us to do something illegal, right? Or we're not putting it in because it's impossible, right? I understand that, right? But some of these comments are kind of, they're very kind of policy oriented, right? We don't think this is where the council wants to go, but I feel like that's a position for PTC to take. So that's why I kind of feel a little bit odd about this. Right.
So again, I'm happy to talk to staff and understand the process before. We absolutely agree, and I think we noted in our staff report that these are policy conversations, and so we'll want to highlight these policy issues for the council's deliberation.
So this is my expectation. I'd like to get staff's comment on it. So, last meeting, this meeting, we've kind of been plowing through all of this, and my expectation, and what I've seen in other meetings, is that we made a bunch of comments. These comments should all be, assuming we make a motion and we approve it, this should be the amendment should be redlined with our comments, and that will be passed on to City Council as our recommendation. That's what I expect. Now, can staff tell me if that's not going to happen? Because that's like, I've been to a lot of PTC meetings at this point, and if that's not going to happen, that's like a first ever. So,
So we will be presenting a red line ordinance to the council.
yeah, but red line ordinance should be the PTC's red lines.
So again,
So that's the motion. I mean, assuming that, we come to it and we haven't come to it, then we make a motion to make the red lines to the amendment. I assume this is what the PTC's recommendation to council is.
So here's what I'll say. Staff is charged with writing the staff report to the city council. We're going to write that staff report, and we're going to communicate the commission's recommendation to the council. I'll talk with staff, because again, I'm new to this process here. I want to understand how we've approached it in the past. We will communicate, as we always do, the PTC's recommendation to the council. And I'm going to have a conversation with staff and understand more how we've addressed that. I don't know. I hear what you're saying. I don't have any more to give you on that.
Okay. Okay. So, a few lights here. Commissioner Gardias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just would like to add to the dilemma. I already spoke about this, but would like to ask about recording my objection. I think this is a very sensitive aspect, this height limit or some other limitation. And just to restating it differently, I think that removing this is going to create unreasonable expectations. that pretty much now anybody can build whatever he pleases or she pleases to do. So for this reason, I don't support this removal of this clause or retaining some other limitation that would be appropriate for the planning, because it's still planning zoned PC. So all I'm asking is pretty much just record my objection in this area, which would be for me important in supporting this this document.
Okay. Okay. So hold on. So guys, just to be clear here, I mean, this is not a study session. We're actually making a motion. We're going to be making a recommendation. And so what's going to happen is, at some point in time, when we feel like we are kind of done through this, somebody's going to make a motion saying, okay, based on discussion and the changes that we talked about, I make a motion to do this. And people can choose to vote yes or no, or amend it, or make friendly amendments, or whatever they feel like doing. So that's what the process is going to be. So far, we've been trying to go through this in a kind of expedient fashion, but depending on the amendments and the debate, I'm hoping that this kind of gets a motion going along faster, but it may not. Commissioner Rosenblum.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that process. So I do agree that staff writes the report and they have their judgment of what they're recommending to council. I think that the process that we asked for was to have an executive summary of what we had discussed in our recommendations. And so I think that we're giving input that they should consider strongly. But at the same time, I think if they represent our summary judgment of many of the main issues, staff as professionals are still recommending what they think the city should be doing. Here's what PTC recommended as changes. In terms of the process here, again, I am trying to avoid us going down to the drafting side of things. I do think that we want to have input on major philosophical areas, but we're an advisory body. And as such, we give advice, hopefully representing the residents to staff, and staff weighs that advice. That advice goes to the council as well with the staff report. But just from a procedural standpoint, I don't. You may have more experience than I have. So maybe in the past, what was transmitted to council was kind of red lines as represented by what PAP&TC asked to insert. But I find staff's position very reasonable, which is they have professional independent judgment, and that as long as our objection to certain things is very clearly noted and said PTC has recommended the following, then I have no objection to that. I'm also, by the way, and I see you look at the clock, I also am cognizant of the fact that if we go down this path, we really are going to be like sentence by sentence on this ordinance, and it makes me kind of shudder.
Commissioner Michael.
So in the time I spent on the commission, it's taken me a while to understand the relationship between commission and council, and our working relationship with staff is incredibly important. And I don't disagree with anything that Assistant Director Blate has said, nor even do I disagree with. I agree with my colleagues as well. So I think that there's a both and situation rather than an either or. I think that so because I wasn't at the last meeting, I went through the minutes and I read the staff report, and I think both the minutes reflect an exceptionally diligent deliberation by the commission, which is very valuable to those council members to take the time and effort to read the minutes. And I think the staff report is also excellent. And I think in combination, it provides the quality of record that will create a foundation for the council to have their own deliberations, which will probably be unique and different from what we're discussing tonight. And they probably have more members of the public weighing in as well. I think that Chair Tanaka is making an important point, however, and I'm not sure that capturing it in the executive summary is sufficient. I think if the commission casts a vote, that which the commission votes on should be submitted to council. Then the executive summary may note that, staff in their infinite wisdom and experience has additional input, which takes the following 4 points. But I think that there should be some integrity to when we vote on a recommendation, it's presented as our action, and it can be weighed accordingly if the council chooses to use that to inform their deliberations, then or not. That's up to the council. But I think that the actual red line text of what we vote on should be what the council sees. The staff input should be distinct in a way that makes it clear that it's input from staff, which is enormously valuable, but they should not be commingled.
Commissioner Olchak.
Yeah, I just want to suggest, I don't think that what Commissioner Michael and Commissioner Tanaka are suggesting would result in an overly long discussion tonight. I don't think we should be afraid of articulating our view, and I think actually this will end up working itself out, because I have a feeling that the process that's been in place that you're familiar with and that Commissioner Michael is familiar with from your tenures will probably be effectuated once we sort of figure out how this should get put together. I want to add, though, that that's exactly why I started this discussion with an effort to lobby staff to consider a different idea of what to support. This is probably there are very few instances where staff and commission have disagreed on something that we take to city council. I think this may be the first time where that's happened, and it is odd, and I found myself in the beginning of this discussion lobbying staff to consider potentially a different language that might achieve their goal of respecting the input they feel they've received from the community, and that is sort of an odd position to be in. I would suggest that we actually were very clear last week, as Commissioner Markle said. I think the article in the paper articulated that we very nearly unanimously supported this lift, and I'm surprised that no one has entered this room to suggest that that was a bad suggestion. I think that we're not just a recommending body, we're a digestive body, meaning that we should digest the community's input when we have it. And I agree. I think that I would hope that the resolution that made its way to City Council was a resolution that we approved in our motion. And I would expect that if there was a disagreement, that staff would have a paragraph following our resolution saying that they didn't agree with a specific item. And I don't think we should be afraid to support that. I don't think that implies that this will take a long time. We've done such a good job of articulating this. And let's be frank here, we've just rewritten certain provisions. Why would we be going through this process if that resolution wasn't actually right? Why would we have, everything we've done tonight suggests that they will see what we've done, and to not see it seems very odd.
So here's what I'm thinking. It's 9:18. We've been going at it without much of a break. What I'm proposing is, I realize the vice chair has one light. Maybe we take this one light, we'll take a 5-minute break, come back and try to hammer this out tonight. Okay? So, Vice Chair, why don't you finish off before we take off the take a break?
So I concur with Commissioner Olchak that we have done a lot of hard work on this, and I think it's worth transmitting that to council. Just to clarify from staff, council sees 2 different ordinances in their staff report.
So that's what I'm understanding is your request, that you want them to see 2 different.
I think, I'm speaking for myself, but I think I speak for some other commissioners here. No, we'd
You
actually
want to see
prefer them
one
to see
ordinance
one
that reflects the
ordinance
PTC's recommendation.
that reflects the PTC's.
So again, I thank you for the comments. I've heard you clearly on that. It is a staff report, and the duality here is that we need to transmit the staff recommendation and the PTC's recommendation. I don't think it's, I think we'll figure this out. There shouldn't be a tension point between us to communicate the recommendation. And all I'm asking for is a little bit of time so that I can consult with other staff who's gone through this process before. I'm not looking to create a challenging conversation about this. I hear very clearly that the commission wants its thoughtful deliberation communicated to the council. That'll be done. I just need to explore the format at which it's been done before. This doesn't come up very often, but it's not unusual. I mean, often planning staff will disagree with the PTC. It's not the end of the world, and we figure it out. And so I think with a collaborative approach, we can solve this problem.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, guys, so we're going to take a break, but before we take a break, I'm going to just kind of summarize what we have left. So there are 3 additional items that staff disagrees with what we recommended last time. We have one other item from Commissioner Michael that we need to talk about, and then we have a motion. Okay, should we get there? Alternatively, we could say, well, hey, it's too late, we're done, we're gonna like continue this again. That's another option. So let's all take a break for 5 minutes, come back at, I'm not sure what clock's right. What time is it? 9:20. Okay, so we'll come back at 9:26. Okay, so we know what's on the plate. It's 9:34 right now. And, you know, the kind of the most basic thing is powering through this or continue it, right? I think because of timeline, it's actually important for us to power through it. But I want to make sure everyone's good with the time and continuing. Are there any objections to powering through this? Okay. So, so there are 3 more parts that staff disagreed with the commission on. And the way I'm going to do it is more kind of consent calendar style here, just so we can get through this quicker. And I think staff has already explained why they disagree. And the way I'm going to do this is if anyone agrees with staff, say something. Otherwise, we'll just call this one, these 3 parts done. Okay, Commissioner Gardias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do agree with staff. Although I proposed it differently, as you remember, because I thought that... Well, we're talking about the section, second staff proposal, right? Section 1838 on the removing residential, one second. Yes, removing, keeping residential property out of the planned community. Right, that's pretty much, that's the purpose of the second point of staff proposals, which is section 1838-020D. That's what they propose. They want to remove residential zoning out of the PC consideration.
Okay, Commissioner Gardias, is it just section 2 that you agree with staff on, or do you also disagree? Also
No,
agree with them on 3 and 4?
I totally support this.
Okay, 3. So 2, 3, and 4.
That's correct.
Okay.
With others as well.
Okay, great. So is there anyone else that agrees with staff's objection? Commissioner Alchek.
I don't agree about number 2, so just to be clear here, I think we should continue to recommend that be deleted, but I will say that I think item 3 here, I think it's redundant and unnecessary, and so we don't need to have a use proposed for a PC district should further the objectives of the comprehensive plan. I think at some point tonight we actually amended language for the benefits at some point that it should reflect, yes, somewhere we said comprehensive plan instead of adopted infrastructure needs, right? So I think it's redundant. I would agree with staff that section 3 need not be added. And I would, and I'm not entirely sure section 4 is, is necessary either. But I just to be clear, section 2, I continue to believe that should be deleted.
Commissioner Michael.
So since I wasn't here when you had this discussion originally, I just had some questions. On the second point relating to the residential density bonus, is this just an either-or situation?
So either or in the context of you either apply for a state density bonus project or you apply for a PC district? Yes. That's the way it's currently drafted in the existing code. That's the way staff recommends it continue to be drafted. The commission's discussion was that density bonus projects ought to be able to take advantage of a PC district. The reason staff has taken the position it has is that this is a code provision that came into effect, I believe it was early part of last year. So there was a recent policy conversation about state density bonus projects as it relates to PC districts. And in the absence of a further dialogue about that or direction to the otherwise, we didn't see a need to make a modification to that provision.
Okay, because the adoption in Palo Alto of the density bonus ordinance is relatively new. We've only had that one project come through, and they actually came through sort of ahead of the ordinance, and they didn't seek the menu. They wanted off-menu concessions. And it seems to me as a practical matter that a project could either seek the concessions into the density bonus thing, or they should waive those and apply for a PC. So I'm not, what's the proposal here in terms of, well, anyway, so that's just my trying to understand that. And then on the sections, points 3 and 4, under the current municipal code, there's those 3 requirements, and the third one is that it's consistent with the comprehensive code. Is that language going away? Because if it's going away, I kind of like the reference to the further the objectives of the comprehensive plan and compatible, so on. Because I think that that language about consistency with the comprehensive plan was an important aspect of the original PC zone ordinance. And I think if that's dropped out, it would be unfortunate.
Yeah. So consistency does get replaced with furthering the objectives. That's the PTC. That's language that we've drafted in response to the PTC's comments. So this is new language that the commission hasn't seen yet, but this was language that we drafted to capture the commission's comments.
And so does that mean that the staff and the commission are in agreement, or?
Well, no, so staff recommends that the language that is found on packet page 12, section C, 1838-060C, we have language there that we support, and the distinction is, and Consuelo will correct me if I'm wrong, is that we stated that it shall be consistent with the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan, and the commission was favoring an objective that, or a statement that said that it furthers the objectives of the comprehensive plan. And I believe it was Commissioner Downing, I think, that initiated that conversation and might be able to offer some more comments on that.
Well,
or perhaps I'll check.
As somebody who didn't participate in the early discussion, I think consistency with the comp plan or furthering the objectives of the comp plan seems to be similar in intent. I just wanted to clarify that one way or another, the comp plan was a reference point.
Okay, so Commissioner Mike, I don't think you actually agreed with staff, you're just clarifying, is that right? Okay,
That one here. Okay.
So then I didn't see anyone else have lights, so I think for section 2, Alcheck and Guardias agreed with staff. Section 3, Alcheck agreed with staff, and no one agreed, well, I guess, sorry. Guardias agreed with staff on all 3 sections, and Alcheck agreed with staff on sections 2 and 3.
3 and 4.
Sorry, 3 and 4. 3 and 4, and everyone else agrees with what we did before, okay, which is the majority. Okay, so let's talk about the last item here, which is the item that Commissioner Michael brought up, which is around preliminary screening. So Commissioner Michael, I was wondering if you could just help frame the conversation in terms of what do you propose is your position on here, and if folks agree with it, they won't say anything. If they disagree with it, they will state their objections.
Well, several hours ago I was on a roll and I kind of forgot what but my concern was that that there's a change to the process. The current process involves a PC is initiated by the Planning Commission and then it goes to Council for approval. Now, a practice has developed whereby there's a preliminary discussion at Council, usually in the form of a study session. And the only experience, very limited experience I had with that was 27 University. That didn't end well. This notion of preliminary screening seems to me to be important. And I wonder if I can imagine a number of scenarios in which it wouldn't end well. One is somebody comes in with an offer to the council that's really tempting. New police station, a theater. Council says, boy, we really need one of those and we can't afford it. We've done polling. The citizens, they'll 66.9% will support it, but not 2/3 or something. My fractions are off. And we're nervous we can't get a bond approved, so we're going to have to do a deal. That sort of comes out in the preliminary sort of screening. And now it's not a binding decision, but it really clouds or taints or colors or influences everything that happens after that. And my question is, are we setting up the public and the council for additional sort of skepticism or mistrust or lack of transparency because this preliminary screening, and by the way, I'm a big skeptic about the council's policies on ex parte communications, because whenever I've attended the council meeting, and I will go on the record on this, up and down the dais, I say, I met with a developer. I met with every single council member, met with a developer. But I didn't learn anything that wasn't in the public record. And one wonders, if you're a developer, why bother? You're meeting with the council members privately to influence them. There's no doubt in my mind that they're being influenced. It's not disclosed. And, that policy should be changed. But I think that by changing the process so that it's initiated by council, probably a good thing. They're elected, they're accountable. But I think that the preliminary screening should have more transparency and it should have more rigor. And for example, if they're being offered a deal, new police station, land, $30 million of construction funds, I think that there should be some sense of, do they have the economic analysis on the table? Does the public have that on the table when they attend the study session? And this sort of backfired in the city with Maybell, where with the senior housing project, because this loan was agreed to in a way that was 3 years later deemed to be not sufficiently transparent. Now, it was on the public record, but I think that that's kind of one of the big factors in the election debate on Measure D that got that reversed against a unanimous council. So I think this sort of a Trojan horse, having the preliminary screening with the assumption that it's going to be sort of informal and not binding, I think that's actually a big deal. It's a huge change. So I'd like to know what the methodology is for council and the public and the transparency so that this is not a source of embarrassment.
So I don't know how much more I can add to when we first discussed this earlier in the evening. We do have it's an existing process, and the two projects that you mentioned, I think, the Maybell project and 27 University, I think had other elements to that review.
And Fry's.
That
not Fry's, but the AOL building.
And I think the idea is that there's an interest in expressing or having that conversation take place in a public forum before any agreements about funding or before any conversations of potential benefits and projects. So I appreciate the desire to know more about a conceptual project in terms of the asks being made, deviations from zoning codes or whatever the standard is, and the benefits contemplated, and having that economic analysis and having a sense for whether it's something that the community and the council thinks worthy of exploration. Because I think really that's what this application process is about, is to explore the idea of, is there sufficient interest in exploring the concept further, or is there an understanding that, the benefits that you're contemplating or the deviations that you're making are too grand that we're not even interested in pursuing that. Applicant, you don't need to pursue this idea further. We're not interested in considering a project like that. And, or there's interest, and that's when it gets, a formal application gets filed and it goes through the review process, and despite any interest that in at least exploring further the possibility of the project, the council isn't committed to having to have maintained that interest at the end of the process when they're deliberating on the application. I think you have some philosophical challenges with the preliminary screening. It is an open process. It's noticed the way that a normal application would be noticed. It's held in this chamber. I can't respond to the ex parte piece. That's.
Well, so I mean, I take everything that you say as totally logical and 100% in good faith, and actually quite realistic and practical, and probably this is going to happen. But I worry that it's easy to sort of make comments about the Palo process. The Palo process, I was told by Steve Emsley, actually works pretty well most of the time. But I think in the case of the preliminary screening for a PC done by council in this chamber in an open and transparent way, if they invite somebody to go ahead with something on the basis presented at the preliminary discussion, and it takes 2 or 3 years, and at the end they go, nope, it doesn't work. They do that a couple times, and this is going to create sort of a bad, it's going to be a loss of credibility for the city. So you think through this and play the chessboard. Council's going to want to encourage people to do things that the city is going to honor. And so when the green light is given from the preliminary screening, it's a significant green light, and it will color everything that comes after that, or there will be a loss of credibility for the council. So I'm just suggesting that to protect the council, there should be some rigor towards what goes on at this preliminary screening, so that there's a record. This is the information we need. If there's a public benefit involved, we need, an expert report on the economic analysis. What's it worth? What are we giving? What are we getting? How does it affect the rules? What's what variances from the existing zoning? What exactly is the comp plan implications? Then they can have this discussion and not lose credibility. They can be successful with a higher probability than if it's undefined. That's my concern.
Commissioner Michael, can you tell us a concise, specific proposal that you'd like us to consider?
Well, the handwriting on the wall is that the council is going to do preliminary screenings of projects. I would like them to not be embarrassed, as they were with 27 University, as they were with the J-Paul project, as they were with Maybell. That's resulted in sort of a whole new group of people being elected to council. I think the reason they got embarrassed in those 3 projects, which have kind of turned the local politics a little bit upside down, is that they didn't have rigorous process when they did their preliminary discussion. And I think that they need, I think that they should ask for what they need in order to have that study session be conducted properly. I think they should ask for an economic analysis if there's any public benefit involved. I think there should be an analysis of the comprehensive plan, issues. I think there should be, I'm not a developer, but I think that they should have a full deck. And the public should actually transparently have access to that same information. And then they should do their preliminary screening.
Commissioner Michael, can you see that, like concretely, what do you want to see?
Well, I would like to see the
Concisely.
council make wise decisions on a fully informed basis. I think that when they conduct a preliminary screening of a PC project, I think certain information that would come to them under the current sequence of events should be fast-forwarded part of the preliminary submission. And then the public should have access to the same submission when they observe the study session and make their comments, so that transparency and engagement with the public is done early and often.
Commissioner Michael, are you suggesting that there is no pre-screening by council? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm actually acknowledging that I think that pre-screening from council is going to happen. I think it's inevitable, and it's possibly a good idea because the council is elected and these are big decisions. But I think this notion that it's non-binding, they can do it in an informal fashion, then it just goes through the normal process. That I think is illusory. I think that will come back in a way similar to these three projects that I mentioned, and result in a frustration of the public interest and a frustration of the private interest and a loss of credibility for the public servants. And I think that would be prevented if they had a better, a clearly defined process which had the information that's relevant as part of their preliminary screening, or they should have the PC initiated by the PTC, reviewed by the ARB, and then come to them with the benefit of all this information before they put their fingerprints on it and make the final decision.
Okay.
But I think that the notion that this is an informal, non-binding study session is a trap.
Okay.
To be avoided.
Commissioner Michael, I'm trying to nail you down here. So, so I think what you're suggesting is that before the pre-screening, that council has a well-defined process as to what information they're going to have. Yes. Is that okay? So, Commissioner Michael has made the proposal that before pre-screening, there's a well-defined process that council has before pre-screening happens. So what I'd like to see is everyone that disagrees with Commissioner Michael on this, please press your lights. Commissioner Rosenblum. Commissioner Olczak.
I disagree, and here's why. I envision that, actually, I want to actually disagree with the premise that Maybell was the same as 27 University. 27 University was a pre-screening process nobody really understands how that evolved, but it was the first time we had a pre-screening process, and it was so overwhelmingly unappealing that City Council essentially froze it, and it was a trap, if you will. And maybe if that process had gone through PTC, it could have evolved better. But Maybell wasn't. Maybell, we did everything the right way. And ARB got a chance, PTC got a chance, and we spent, I don't know, years. And even City Council supported the project. And in the end, the community repealed it, right? I mean, it's a fabulous demonstration of our California democracy at play. But before you interject, my point is that I don't think that it's a trap. I think what will happen is there will be a PC proposed by, let's just, for this purpose suggest Arriaga comes forward, and the whatever community immediately affected with the greatest sense of fear will approach, and they'll say, we're going to fight this. And city council will say, I think this is a discussion worth having. I think this is not a discussion worth having. And they will either entertain the idea of this PC and suggest that we expend the resources to support it, or they won't. And I think the idea of identifying right away the community that is most opposed to an idea that has yet to take shape will actually improve the PC process, because it will allow us to know who in the audience is opposed to something that's so undefined that maybe we should have a more clearly articulated opposition, right? My point is it won't hurt the developer. The developer doesn't want a process that's 2.5 years long that gets repealed. That is an awful situation. I think Arriaga's situation turned out great. He had a very out-of-the-box idea, threw it out there, it got thrown back, and that's it. He didn't waste that much time. And arguably the biggest victim to Arriaga's proposal was the PTC, because we lost Dan Garber, right? He went off to work on that project, and as a result, resigned his position on the PTC, and he was a valuable resource here. But I guess what I'm trying to say is the city wants to vet these things. The people of the city believe that the council makes all the decisions, not the PTC. They're not showing up to our meetings because we are an advisory body, and so give them the chance to show up to that meeting with the developer. And actually what I think is really likely is that it won't garner that much attention, and it'll encourage the city council to have a discussion saying, here are the parameters by which we believe we could approach this idea. And then we are operating in a new paradigm. For example, if the intrinsic benefit, right? We're going to spend all this time talking about what height limit and what FAR and what are we willing to concede. And then we know that the benefit may or may not be, let's say, an extrinsic benefit, a payment for a police station. We know the parameters of the discussion. We don't have to be like, is that a good enough public benefit? Well, the city council suggested they're okay with this. Let's explore the variables. Whereas if the city council is like, are you suggesting this little garden is what you want for 8 stories? We're not going to do that. We don't have to navigate for months these intricacies. We give the real decision makers a chance to vet the project. And the beauty of this, right? It's very de Tocqueville. Like, if it doesn't work, we'll change it. This is what local government is about. Maybell didn't work for this community. And I think we should give this completely different approach a chance. And if it doesn't work, we can change it again. But I think this is actually the most fundamental component of the entire PC reform.
Okay, so here's what I think we should do. I think we should start using the timer now. So we're gonna set 1 minute timers for everyone, starting with Commissioner Downing.
I wonder if there can't be an in-between approach here. Mostly, so I could be wrong, but my own perspective is that the preliminary hearing is mostly not in order to get the input of the council on the project. My sense is that that's really being spurred by the idea that it gets public input and it is something that becomes transparent to the community. I think that's kind of the bigger push, is just so that it becomes public and people know about it. I don't think the input of the council at the preliminary hearing, I think, is not the goal of this, but I could be wrong. But that's my sense. My sense is the whole purpose of it is that we air it in front of everybody. And it's to hear what the proposal is, and it's for people to know about it. But I have, with regard to the preliminary hearing, I have to agree with Commissioner Michael, right? Like, it is a little bit odd for council to be making comments without seeing a full analysis, without seeing an economic report, right? You're sort of you're asking them to shoot themselves in the foot a little bit, when they don't have full information. But then there's also something about that too, where if you had all the information, then it wouldn't be a preliminary hearing anymore, now would it? It would be a final hearing. And so I don't know if this is possible at all, but I just wonder if, that process may be that the project is presented, the comments are taken, but maybe that there isn't necessarily action from council. Or, the action might just be, great, get us the information, right? But without necessarily beginning a negotiation with no information from the dais.
So, Commissioner Downing, are you agreeing with Commissioner Michael's proposal, which is that there's a well-defined process before a pre-screen, or are you not agreeing?
I think the notion of what the pre-screen consists of needs to change.
Okay. Commissioner Rosenblum.
Yeah, I originally actually put on my light to ask that we start using a timer and bound this discussion, but I'll make a substantive point as well. I agree with Commissioner Michael. Again, in the interest of sort of making this a smooth process, I recommend that the direction of staff is to study preliminary requirements for the hearing, and that should be the entirety of the recommendation. I'm not sure we're going to draft like what those requirements are, but I think it's wise to have some sort of expectation of what a developer brings to the table for first hearings. And I would assume actually that they'll actually do that, but that's something that will be set forth so that they know what to come with.
Okay. Seeing no other lights, basically Commissioner Michael's proposal that we have a well-defined process before this pre-screen, majority agrees. Okay, good. We are done with talking through all the items. The purpose of this is so that we understand where everyone stands, right? We, as commission, we've kind of methodically gone through every single thing that could possibly gone through in terms of issues. Some of them we have consensus on, some of them we're like strong majority, and some of them are a little bit more borderline. So we're now down to the final part of the meeting, which is what we're doing here tonight is to make a motion to basically make a recommendation to the City Council on something. So I know staff has a proposal that they would like for us to consider as a motion. Alternatively, one of my fellow commissioners can make a motion, or if no one does, I will make a motion. So I will let staff talk about a proposed motion, and we could if someone here thinks that's a sufficient motion, they can make that their motion, and that of course needs to be seconded. If no one thinks that's a good motion, someone else can make a motion, or otherwise I'll be making a motion. So staff, please.
You can just give me 1 second. I want to capture this last comment here. 1879050. Process. Okay, so based on the commission's deliberation this evening, I believe that there was consensus on the following points. And so I would like to read those to you. If you would like, you can follow along on our staff report on the top of page 5, packet page 5. There was the definition of public benefit. So I believe that the motion would include the following statements. Recommendation to amend section 1838015 to read as follows. Public benefit means specific improvements or amenities for Palo Alto by the developer in exchange for uses, densities, and/or a development configuration specific to the PC district that would be unattainable in general zoning districts or combining districts. Examples of public benefits include affordable housing, reasonable monetary or in-kind contribution toward meeting the goals of the city, city's comprehensive plan or human service needs, assessments, or other similar amenities or improvements identified by the city council. Moving on to the same, also on that page, looking at the enforcement section, amending section 1838-160 as drafted in the staff report with the following modifications: replacing the word in perpetuity in current section in the paragraph preceding the subsections with for the life of the project or until modified by ordinance, and then adding a subsection that explicitly states that the public benefit agreement is required as part of the PC district approval. Further, turning to page 7 of your packet, it is a majority of the commission that supports the language to modify sections 1838-110C and 1838-150B as stated at the bottom of page 7 of the staff report. And similarly, on page 8 of the packet, implementing the changes that are stated there for sections 1838-020D and section 1838-020E and section 1838-060C, again as stated in the staff report. And I believe the last item that the commission was discussing had to do with having a defined process, and I believe that that could be incorporated on packet page 23. I'm referring to the ordinance, and that's section 1879-050, subsection B. I believe we can capture the ideas of the commission about an economic analysis, the policy implications, detailing proposed public benefits, deviations from the code, and other relevant material to help inform a discussion. And I believe that captures the commission's dialogue this evening. And if there's agreement on that, I think it'd be sufficient to just move what I had just stated.
Okay, so we spent 2 meetings going through this laboriously, item. I think I was pretty vigilant about it, making sure it was very clear as to how the commission felt. So I think that's pretty clear. So staff has graciously put together some wording that somebody could use to put together a motion, or you could choose to make your own motion. So at this point in time, I'd like to open the meeting for someone to make a motion. So I see a light from Vice Chair.
I just want to thank the Assistant Director for putting that together so succinctly. I'd like to move that we recommend that the City Council consider amendments to the Planned Community District and pre-screening chapters as just described in the draft ordinance and as the Assistant Director just spoke to us about.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Rosenblum. Okay, so before we take a vote, I want to ask if anyone would like to make any amendments to the motion that was just stated, or if there's other questions about the motion. Commissioner Alchuk.
Okay, so just to clarify, our motion does not include an amendment suggesting that the PC process be initiated by the PTC, right? Because I thought I was outvoted there in that discussion.
Yeah, so here's the interesting part, right? So we went through this stuff with a fine-tooth comb, right, over 2 meetings. We spent hours and hours on this. So I think we're pretty clear, and I think if you look at transcript, it was very clear as to how the commission felt. Now, I think staff has put together some wording which captures, I think, most of it. Not everything, but most of it. And the way this, I think the maker of the motion recommended it was basically it's going to be the draft ordinance, so Amendment A, which basically is at this point in time completely unchanged by the commission. The Amendment A we see, the red lines we see here, is identical to what we had at the last meeting. None of our feedback from the last meeting has been incorporated in this. And this report, which does incorporate our feedback. And then tonight we made more feedback, which staff has summarized, and Vice Chair has made into a motion. Okay. So that's where things stand right now. Am I correct? Is there any misunderstanding here?
I thought.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, if we can get you on the mic.
The only component of this is wasn't incorporated was a change that I thought we just discussed 5 minutes ago. Yeah, this notion that the screening process would change dramatically.
So I think as we decided is that it should be beefed up a little bit with some economic analysis, some characteristics of the project to give council a better understanding at the pre-screening hearing.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I think to this point we've been pretty precise. At least I felt like we've been pretty precise. We know, because I've kind of forced people to say, what do you mean? Okay, so there's not much left to ambiguity at this point. If you look at the transcript, it's pretty clear. We have a couple choices. We can do as staff said, and as Vice Chair made a motion. There might be amendments to that motion, or may not be. Or someone can make a substitute motion. That's kind of like what's on the table right now, right? So let's see. So there are a couple lights here. So Commissioner Gardias.
There are two things. I was going to speak about something else, but since you spoke about this one, let me address this one as well, right? So it's just from the legal perspective. If we're going to just go along with the proposal of Commissioner Michael, then it would require us to pretty much review the document again. So I think that would be my understanding, because otherwise we would be leaving this to somebody else's discretion, and I don't think this is the way that we want to just preside over this.
Okay. Yes, I will be making hopefully a friendly amendment if I don't hear one. But let me let Commissioner Michael speak first.
Well, I was going to offer a friendly amendment that there's probably some minor editing and wordsmithing to the ordinance that I would like to have incorporated into the motion, that we delegate staff to make that minor changes consistent with our discussion.
With regards to the preliminary hearing?
No, it's with regard to just the overall drafting of the ordinance. There's some consistency in use of defined terms and so forth.
I accept that.
And just for clarification, staff will also be incorporating all of the comments that were in the staff report that there was concurrence between staff and the Planning Commission on. And then we will also be incorporating the drafting comments that you gave us this evening, because I don't think that there was any staff disagreement on those issues. And then we'll be highlighting the 3 points where there is sort of a policy disagreement, and those will not be incorporated into the ordinance, but all of the other drafting issues will be incorporated.
So the maker has accepted a friendly amendment from Commissioner Michael. Does the seconder also accept?
Yes, accepted.
Okay. So I also like to make a friendly amendment. So my friendly amendment The first friendly amendment is that okay, so let me give you some context first. So I believe it's important for City Council to see a draft ordinance that incorporates our comments. So I believe that it's not sufficient to have a attachment A, which reflects none of our changes, and then have a staff report and minutes attached saying, oh yeah, this is kind of what they meant. So my first friendly amendment is that should this motion pass and should my friendly amendment be, should be accepted, that all of our feedback is consolidated into a revised attachment A draft ordinance that goes to City Council. That's my first friendly amendment.
So are you also referring to the issues on which there was disagreement with staff, those 3 items?
Well, I think I'm going to break this up into several parts to make it easy for everyone. So the first part is, I believe the first thing is the way this recommendation reads right now is that there's a draft ordinance which staff wrote and incorporates none of our changes. The 2 meetings that we spent talking, nothing in there, okay? Staff's saying that you're going to do this draft ordinance and you're going to have this report that's separate. And it's up to City Council to kind of figure that out. I believe that's at the service to City Council. I believe that it would be helpful for City Council to get a draft ordinance from us that incorporates our red lines based on our comments, so that you don't have to piece 2 documents together.
Yep, I accept that, yeah. That's.
I unfortunately am now confused. What is the original plan that staff was going to deliver to council? I had thought that they were delivering a document that highlighted the 3 areas of disagreement and the basis for that disagreement, which satisfied me. But I'm not sure if I'm even on the same thread right now. So what are we now proposing?
What I'm proposing is that I think as the motion stands right now, the motion says staff is going to deliver this attachment A, the ordinance, verbatim as it is today, as we see it, as we saw it last meeting, without any of our feedback in there, incorporated in that. No? Okay, so then maybe staff can correct me, because that's what I thought staff said.
So there were, when you considered this last month, there was the attachment A ordinance that you have in your report this evening. We retransmitted that ordinance. There was some change. We talked about cleaning up the ordinance, getting some clarity of terms and things like that. And we made a decision that we're going to do that. We're going to do all that stuff. But the staff report that we transmitted for tonight's meeting included some strikeout underlying language that would get incorporated into attachment A, along with the cleanups and all that stuff. And that ultimately would frame staff's recommendation, which we would forward on to the council. The one piece that would be not included in, again, the staff recommendation to the city council are these 3 areas where we have disagreement. And I think it's appropriate that we, as we always do, communicate the commission's perspective on those things. And I think you have a motion, and I hear what you're saying on this point, but I don't believe that this is a point, this is a procedural conversation that you're having as opposed to a motion on the draft ordinance. And I guess I would encourage the commission to focus on the merit, the language that you want to have, and I will make sure that we are procedurally advancing this to the council the way that it's appropriate to do so. Staff's role is to make a recommendation to the council. That's the report that we will be transmitting.
So I guess just to be clear, so is staff planning to edit the draft ordinance attachment A based on our feedback for the past 2 meetings, or not? I guess is it?
Yes, with the exception of the areas where we don't agree with the PTC.
Okay. So for the 3 areas that you there's actually four points that you disagree.
3 concepts, 4 specific amendments.
Okay. The plan is that staff will edit all the sections except where they disagree, and then I guess the areas of disagreement then will be separate.
It will be included in the staff report
Okay.
with explanations of the commission's perspective on that.
Okay. Okay, I could live with that if that's what's happening. So I misunderstood then from what I understood from staff before. I thought staff was going to basically keep draft ordinance exactly the way it is when they give it to council. And if that's not the case, if they're going to be incorporating our feedback, awesome. Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify that.
Except for those 3 points, that's great.
Good.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it's clear for the motion. Okay, so my second friendly amendment, I guess this is my first. I haven't made a friendly amendment. I'll withdraw that one. So my first friendly amendment then, and hopefully only friendly amendment, is I believe that staff captured most of what we said. But I think if they go back to the transcript, we went point by point. So for instance, one of the first ones we talked about was intrinsic versus extrinsic. And that was not captured by staff statement. And there's many other examples, big and small. And I think it would be unfair to the work that we've done as a commission to ignore it, to not capture that. And so my friendly amendment is simply that staff goes back on our transcript from tonight and last meeting, and as part of the process to edit the draft ordinance and complete the report, because we were very clear on what we as commission agreed on and what the commission didn't agree on, that they cover all those points. So basically, the friendly amendment, in short words, is review the transcripts and incorporate all the points that the commission majority agreed with as we went through the PC or through this draft revision to PC and preliminary screening regulations. So that's what I'm proposing, and maybe I wasn't clear enough. So let me ask the maker, was that clear, or is that?
I think that's clear. It will still exclude the 3 points, 4 amendments we have on those other issues, but everything else should be included.
Yeah, so let me restate my friendly amendment so that it's crystal clear here. Friendly amendment is staff will go through our transcripts and will, on the points that we had a majority agreement by the PTC, they will incorporate into the draft ordinance and the report, the parts that they disagreed with us on, then there were 4 parts, they will continue to keep separate and highlight.
Yep, I accept that.
I accept it as well. I mean, but just to be clear, they're just, the item on the agenda was for us to break that tie, which we did. And so I would assume that following that was the adjustment that they were going to make. And so we're just memorializing that decision. Is that right?
Correct. So
yes, then I agree.
Okay. Okay, so before we take a vote.
So I'm sorry, I just need a little clarification on that, since we'll be drafting this. I thought that whole conversation of the intrinsic and extrinsic is memorialized in the revised definition of public benefits. Is that not the case?
So in that case, I think it's largely true, yes.
Okay.
That is correct. But there are some smaller points, and I think if you actually go through the transcript, you'll see that there's some smaller points that we spent some time debating, which you didn't necessarily capture, but I think if you actually look at the transcript, you'll get it.
Okay, so I just want to be clear on this. So we will articulate in the staff report the tenor of the conversation that we understood took place here. If you're looking for a specific piece to be embedded in the ordinance that you don't think we've captured, I would need you to express that to me so that I would know. I don't want you to rely on me to find some little piece that you think needs to be included in the ordinance that's not there. We'll capture the tenor of the conversation, but the motion on the table is reflected in what was previously stated. So if it's missing something, if the ordinance or the motion is missing a particular statement, we need to know what that is.
Okay.
And I guess the question is it not sufficient to have that in the staff report?
I guess
which is going to include the verbatim minutes too.
Yeah, so here's what I'm trying to get on this. I think for us to edit this thing live here will be like a super long meeting. And I don't think a very productive use of time. I think staff could go back themselves. I mean, I think for every single item, we conclusively said, yes, the commission agreed, or had majority support on, or didn't have majority support on. Every single item, we did that. And I think we were very clear about what we were talking about. So I don't think it's a good use of time right now for us to literally go through every single item one by one right now.
And I'm not suggesting that we do, but I think there's a distinction between the ordinance, which is going to be the law, which is codified and printed, and I don't think that's the place where you want to have the spirit of the conversation memorialized. It would be in the administrative record, in the staff report. And I don't know. In any event, I guess it's sufficient to vote on what you have at the present time.
Okay. Okay, so before we take a vote, I see a bunch of lights, so we'll go through the lights, and then there could be more friendly amendments. There could also be, well, we'll see what happens. Okay, Commissioner Alchuk.
I think I understand where Chair Tanaka is coming from. You leaving out, for example, the edit that we have made to this resolution about the 50-foot height limit means that you may not have to make the case, staff meaning, for why you think that exception, that addition should be made. And so as a result, what's going to happen is they're going to review this document, and they're going to talk about so many components of this process. And I get it, right? It's going to seem random. And hold on, before you say, it's the same with the double dipping in the residential density bonus. Unless City Council has had a meeting with staff where they said, make sure the 50-foot height limit is in this resolution, I'm using that as an example. I don't know where you guys got your input that the community isn't okay with that. Because we've just had multiple meetings where we've asked the community to come and provide input, and unless, I think that's part of the concern here, is that we've had this discussion, and there's a concern that the resolution, and I'm not saying it won't. I know that we have some, we're all getting familiar with the process, but I'm just throwing that out there. I think that's where this is coming from. This concern that it's going to be a part of the minutes, and potentially you're going to highlight that there was unanimous support for removing it. But I guess my concern is I would rather have staff have to make the case, or the City Council hear it from the community, that they want all PCs to be subject to 50 feet height limits, as opposed to that point being made somewhere else in the report, because it doesn't reflect all the work we've done with the community, which is not present here, but it's still relevant, right? Their failure to show up doesn't mean they agree with everything we say, but we are the forum by which they're supposed to provide the input. And I think part of the issue here is we are struggling to be relevant in this conversation constantly. And we have participate in a process by which the majority of the decision-making of the PC process is now moving to City Council. The initiation of the PC zone process is moving. And I think we want to make sure that as we step away from this, Commissioner Michael noted that when he said about the idea of the initiation of the PC zone, he knows it's probably going to get written this way, right? That was his comments basically said that. I think as we sort of hand this off, we want to make sure that that someone really understands how we thought the ordinance should be written. And I think that's part of this situation.
Commissioner Alchak, was there a specific amendment or unfriendly amendment that you wanted to make or anything?
I don't want to suggest that there's a point of tension here. I just think that you would feel more comfortable. I think your friendly amendment is unnecessary if the resolution is written exactly how we've drafted it. We have drafted it. It's wrong to say we haven't drafted it. I don't think the minutes need to be typed up again as a summary. I think we did go through and say, these are the things we explicitly suggest are changed. And I think that's at the heart of your amendment. And maybe what we need to do, if you're uncomfortable, if we have such discomfort, is wait another meeting to kind of get clarity for how it's going to be rewritten. But I would rather support a friendly amendment that said the ordinance should be written the way we drafted it tonight, period. And then if that can't be done, because we learn that the process is different, then it can come back to us.
You can make that friendly amendment if you want.
I was trying to edit your friendly amendment. Okay, I'll make a friendly amendment that I would like to see the ordinance written. I would like to see the ordinance presented as an attachment, as if the City Council wanted to adopt it as is, they would be adopted the way we've written it. I'd like to see that in the attachment, and I would like staff to have to make arguments for why they think the thing would be different. I know that sounds crazy, but I think that that's at the heart. That way, at least we don't have to worry about not being heard. And staff would have to say why they disagree with the commission's resolution. And those points would be specifically addressed. That would be my friendly amendment. And if...
what does the maker say?
So I appreciate the thought behind this, but I just wonder, and I don't want to be a buzzkill here, if it's not better for us just to ask staff to do that and bring it back to us another time, a final ordinance.
From the staff's perspective, is there time to do yet another meeting?
Apologize, I'm suffering from a blood sugar drop, I believe, lack of food. We're interested in moving this on to the council, and I think we have presented this evening a tentative agenda. I believe we were going to return, I don't see it on here, either in, I think we were returning in April to the council for the PC reform. It is our job to communicate the commission's recommendation. We will do that. I realize that this may be different or difficult for, and then maybe this doesn't happen very often, where the staff and the commission have differing points of view. This is not unprecedented. This happens in planning. We'll write a report. We're going to do our best professional job to communicate the discussion that the commission's had here. We'll go point by point on all those key issues. We'll talk about why you believe 50% is, or 50 feet is not the appropriate standard. And you're going to have a chance to make a presentation to the commission, to the council yourself, too. I feel like we're spending too much time talking about a process and not spending time. I mean, I think you're there, but.
Before you finish this thread, what does the maker say?
So I think I won't accept the amendment for the moment. Keep it as is the first two friendly ones we've accepted.
Wait, so you're rejecting this?
Rejecting.
Rejecting, okay. Let's go over a few other lights. Commissioner Gardias.
My original intention was to address your amendment for the staff to go through the meeting minutes and gather how commission voted, but I was going to propose modify it, propose modification, and as opposed to noting the way that items were resolved for, I was going to propose to identify dissenting votes and then provide it to the city council, because the reason was that I spoke about certain items. I know that some of my colleagues also were feeling strongly about some other items, and I think this is a normal thing. It's a certain value. We may not need to be right. Council is ultimate body. I would not feel bad if they come back to us and they revise certain proposals that we have. But value may be that if Commissioner Downing feels strongly about the intrinsic value, maybe she would like to have it brought to the council.
Okay, so why don't you frame that in a friendly amendment, and then we'll see what the maker and seconder says.
Okay, so friendly amendment is for the staff to go through the meeting minutes and identify dissenting items and bring them to the council.
What does it make?
I would accept that, and I'd add we can also put that in the executive summary that we read up.
What does the seconder say?
I don't agree with this. I think if we want to make a separate, I'm feeling it's getting to be a hostage situation. We should just finish the First Amendment. If we want a different amendment that says you should have an executive summary that outlines these additional dissenting points, which is actually the process. The process is that they have an executive summary of our minutes and what we did and what we decided, including salient points from our discussion, is the process that we had laid out. The original amendment was around how they would transmit the major decisions they asked us to make and how the ordinance will go to council. The additional burden of going through transcript and elevating dissenting conversation, I don't see how that's part or how that benefits the motion. I think that there's additional motion to say, and in our executive summary, we want to emphasize these points. I think that's fine, but I just think these are two different things.
Okay. The motion fails. Commissioner Michael.
So I just wanted to reinforce the point that's been made by a number of our colleagues, and that is that we've started in the last year to use this notion of an executive summary, and I think there's just been one on the council, and it was very successful. And this is something that the chair has joint responsibility with the staff, and you can use this to great effect. And I think that the opportunity to express clearly in the executive summary the points of distinction or the points of importance or the points of policy or whatnot is a significant duty of the chair, and I encourage you to use this fully. And this is probably a great opportunity. The other thing is that this transcript of this discussion is going to be very lengthy, and the longer it goes, the less impact it will have, because it will not be read. So I think that getting to the point, passing a sort of a clean resolution with a nuanced executive summary, I think is the way to really influence the council effectively and to promote the credibility of the PTC.
Was there any amendment, any proposed to the motion, or you're just making comments?
Just comments.
Okay, cool. Commissioner Rosenblum, your lights on anything other comments? No? Okay, guys. So I think everyone had a chance to speak on this, And we're ready to take a vote on the motion on the floor right now, including the 2 friendly amendments. All in favor, say aye.
We're supporting, I'm sorry, what are we supporting?
Okay. No, there's nothing.
Final motion.
There's only one motion on the floor with 2 friendly amendments that both have been accepted. There's been a couple friendly amendments that have been rejected, but there's one motion
So
that.
did he retract his, I thought you said the motion failed.
No, sorry. Your friendly amendment failed. I spoke wrong. I misspoke.
Who's friendly?
2 friendly amendments. No, your friendly amendment.
Got it, okay, I'm ready. So he accepted.
Okay, so let me replay the sequence of events so it's really clear as to what we're voting on. Okay.
I thought you said the motion failed, I thought.
No. Sorry. I misspoke. Okay, so let's make this clear so it's clean. The vice chair made a motion. It was seconded by Commissioner Rosenblum. Commissioner Michael made a friendly amendment that was accepted. I made a friendly amendment that was accepted. Commissioner Alchek made a friendly amendment that was rejected. And Commissioner Gardias made a friendly amendment that was rejected. Okay, that's what we're voting on. Is that clear to everyone? Okay, all in favor of the motion on the floor with the 2 friendly amendments, raise your hand. Okay, so all opposed? Okay, so 6 in favor, 1 dissenting. So this item's closed. Now let's do the rest of the meeting. Okay. So can I have someone approve the minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Okay. Commissioner Alchek has made a motion to approve the minutes and seconded by Commissioner Downing. All in favor, say aye. Okay, unanimous. And let's see. So the last part, and this is what we're doing for every meeting now, is you have a big sheet of paper on your desk. Last time we used a Google Doc, but we're told we cannot use a Google Doc. Everyone was here for Commissioner Michael. So Commissioner Michael, for your benefit, we're going to spend hopefully just 5 minutes max on this at the end of every meeting. Unfortunately, you weren't able to participate last time, but basically, we're writing down the things that we think we need to, as a commission, talk about. So if there's additional items that we want to talk about that's not on here, you need to write it on it with a piece of paper on the sheet. And then Commissioner Michael, we should do what everyone else has already done, is we put the 3 X's on the parts that we think are most important. And it's just a way for us to kind of prioritize our topic backlog. And so what I recommend, given this late hour, is if a commissioner has something they wanted to add on it, just write it on there. I think Commissioner Michael, if you could put the X's on only three X's on the places you care about. And if anyone else wants to change any of their X's, you're free to do that. But we have to do it old school now with a piece of paper. So if anyone wants to make any changes to their stuff, write it on there, and we'll give it to staff, and staff will put it onto Google Doc for us. Okay, is that clear? So rather than take up more official time of this meeting, what we're going to do is I'm going to call the meeting adjourned at 10:48. Thanks.